少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين وجميع الحاضرين في الفوف جيمنج أرينا لليوم الثاني من دوري محترفين مواجهة الأبطال في موسمها الخامس هنا في عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية الرياض. نستكمل أحداث التصفيات في اليوم المصيري من البطولة. 3 فرق متواجدة معانا في هذا اليوم، بنودع واحد منهم وبنتعرف على فريقين متأهلين وضامنين تواجدهم في البطولة العالمية MSC في بطولة كأس العالم EWC. معاكم في تقديم الحدث داود سانستون داود، وبتشرف في تواجدي معاكم لهذه التصفيات ولهذه البطولة. هلا قبل ما نعرفكم على مجريات اليوم الثاني وقبل ما نعرفكم على الفرق المتواجدة معانا في نهائيات التصفيات وفي يومنا الثاني، نعطيكم فيديو يخبركم نبذة بسيطة وقصة بسيطة عن الفرق المتواجدة وكيفية وصولهم إلى هذه المرحلة من البطولة. تفضلوا معنا بالفيديو ونرجع لكم بعد ثواني بسيطة.
فالكل مع جي كي اي سبورت يتأهلون،
وفريق التويست ماينز في التصفيات موجود.
يا إلهي الآرعيد، يا رباه على التنسيق.
الفالكونز تيم بيكونوا حاضرين، استفزهم التويستد ماينز.
حضورنا الكرام، اليوم الثاني زي ما حكينا هو اليوم المصيري لهذه البطولة. ال3 فرق عم تتنافس على جوائز قيمتها تقريبا $100,000، وأكيد ما ننسى لقب بطل إقليم الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا للموسم الخامس من دوري محترفين مواجهة الأبطال. مين يا ترى اللي حينال الشرف بتمثيل الإقليمين، ومين يا ترى اللي حيمثل المملكة العربية السعودية في البطولة العالمية؟ قبل ما نفوت في مجريات اليوم الثاني بدنا نخبركم على أحد الفعاليات اللي حتكون شغالة معنا على مدار ال3 أيام وعلى مدار نهائيات البطولة. وأول واحدة منهم هي منافسة البينجو كارد. بنعرفكم على الشروط اللي لازم تتحقق والجوائز اللي حيتم توزيعها خلال ال3 أيام للبطولة. هلا مبدئيا في عنا اوريدي كم شرط اتحققوا معنا باليوم الأول، زي ما انتم شايفين مثلا تيم وايب اوت، دبل كيل، تيرد دايف كيل، شوت داون، واللورد ستيل. في كمان كم واحدة لا تنسوا. وهلا احنا بندور على 5 شروط تتحقق ورا بعض، وباذن الله بنوزع لكم CD كي لابيك تشيست بتقدروا تستخدموه خلال اللعبه. طبعا في عندنا 50 استخدام لهذا الكود، فاول 50 شخص بيستخدموه بيربحوا معانا هاي الجائزه. وهلا احنا اوريدي عندنا شرطين لازم نزيدهم، الا وهما شرط الليجندري ومانياك. هات نشوف وينهم. هاي عندنا ليجندري، يعني قربنا على 3 بالخط الاخير، وعندنا كمان مانياك موجودة هون يا حبيبي، يعني قربنا عندنا 3 ب3، قربنا كثير على توزيع الجوائز خلال اليوم الثاني من البطولة. فأنا صراحة بدي أشوف إيش رح يصير معانا في مباريات اليوم ومتى حنقدر نوزع هاي الجوائز. شكراً and thank you very much. وهلا حضورنا الكرام، دوري محترفين مواجهة الأبطال في يومنا الثاني بيبدأ بتواجد البطل بالدفاع عن لقبه فريق تويستد مايندز، وأمامه حيكون حصان الأسود لهذه البطولة فريق GKE سبورتس. مين يا ترى اللي حيفوز مباراتنا الأولى لليوم وحيضمن تأهله وتواجده في البطولة العالمية MSC؟ كل هاي الأمور نتركها عند الاستوديو التحليلي الأسطوري في الفوف جيمنج أرينا، عند الأسطورة يونس بالتقديم مع المعلقين والمحللين ياسو والدون بيج. تفضل معنا بالاستوديو التحليلي لنبتدي مجريات اليوم الثاني من تصفيات دوري محترفين مواجهة الأبطال في موسمنا الخامس.
Welcome back to MPL MENA Season 5 Playoffs Day number 2. Today we are going to find out the teams that are going into the grand finals, and also the teams that will be playing in the lower bracket finals. Still, with me today, Realize as your caster, alongside my partner Chefin. Chefin, how are you feeling for today's matches? Because we've got a lot to discover today in the MENA region, especially for its MPL Season 5.
Well, Realize I'm very hyped right now, especially after seeing what happened in the first day in the playoffs of MPL Playoffs MENA Season 5. R8 Esports knocked out in the first day. First team to be eliminated. That was the first seed, the one seed of the regular season of MPL MENA Season 5. Almost like a deja vu to MPL Indonesia. Bigatron Alpha also losing every match possible in the playoffs, and they just crumbled when it mattered the most. But right now, obviously, 3 teams left, 2 slots for MSC in Riyadh. MSC 2024, probably one of the biggest tournament that Mobile Legends has ever seen, so far at least. And this is gonna be something that's very, very worthy to fight for.
Yeah, indeed. Well, all these teams are fighting for that MSC slot, that coveted invitation towards the mid-season cup. Especially, it's going to be held at Riyadh, which is, still in the Middle Eastern region. Of course, they want to be there for the home crowd. Of course, they want to, be present for the home crowd to cheer for them. But before we go on to the matches, if you guys want to pack up your skins, load out some of that anime from Jujutsu Kaisen type of things for your skin, you can check out the Mobile Legends Bang Bang X Jujutsu Kaisen limited time edition, in which from June 8th to July 13th, the MLBBX Jujutsu Kaisen collab skins will be back for a limited time. You can join the MLBBX Jujutsu Kaisen draw event to enjoy 50% off on your daily first time draw. What's more, you will get a permanent exclusive item or skin in the first 10 draws. So hurry up and log in to participate now. There's 4 choices for the skins. You have the Nobara Kugisaki. If you kind of are into the anime, I've been following Jujutsu Kaisen for a season now, so I think it will be very nice for me to get my hands on the Jujutsu Kaisen skin. But of course, if you want skins, you need to be able to have diamonds first. And for us and for you who are in the live chat watching the games of MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs, you can win a diamond through the diamond giveaway promo, in which you could easily just write down your prediction in the comment section and get up to 500 diamonds for 10 lucky people who guess correctly in each match. Don't forget to include your MLBB ID and server ID in your comment section so that we can easily give the diamonds to you.
Yeah, for sure, man. And you don't really lose a lot of time either. If you already remember your server and also your ID, it's pretty much 10 seconds to have a chance for a 500 diamond. That's like 10 times spin for a Jujutsu Kaisen spin event. So what are you waiting for? Just type those predictions. What do you think is going to happen here between DK Esports and also Twisted Minds, as we were going to take a look at the bracket so far in the playoffs of MPL Season 5 of MENA. Obviously, in the first day, R8 Esports getting knocked out by Falcon Esports, and it's just quite sad to see one of the favorites of the tournament going down like that. It's probably the worst way to go for you, man. 1 seed and just crumbled in the knockout games. I think that's just... you can't really recover from that.
Indeed, I feel like it's very hard for them because as you can see in the team rankings, R8 is like number 1, then Twisted Minds, they are number 2, but they're still fighting now towards the upper bracket final. I mean, for Twisted Minds, they have been, exposed to that international taste, that experience that could help them again re-qualify for MSC. They were Triple Esports, but then disbanded and now as Twisted Minds. I feel like they will still have that experience with them coming into the match against GK Esports, and later on the loser will face Falcon Esports in the lower bracket finals. For Twisted Minds, I feel like they are a team with a lot of caliber, a lot of power in terms of the heroes that they play. They have been very heavy towards the Baxia, the Fredrin, and of course for the MPL MENA Season 5 specifically, I feel like they have sort of a bit of a different options when it comes to other lanes such as the gold. They prefer the Natan, the carries. Natan has been very, very rising in popularity, but for MPL MENA, for the teams here in MPL MENA Season 5, they are very, very inclined to kind of like get Natan as a prio pick for themselves.
Yeah, for sure. It's a bit different from what we've seen in other regions, especially ID and PH, which is like the mecca of MLBB esports. And what I see in the first day was there's really not much attention being brought towards the Moscow and the Harith, and I feel like they don't really explore that well enough in the gold lane, because that global presence, I've been talking about this a lot of times. I think that global presence is the most valuable assets currently in MLBB esports. That is the meta currently. The chips, the Luoyi, the Moskov, those kind of heroes, it's gonna be very, very hard to handle if you can't really play it the right way or play against it the right way, because there's extra layer of confusement. Is that even an English word? But yeah, that's what I want to say.
Confusion.
Confusion.
Yeah. A lot of things that are confusing, of course. But for Twisted Minds, you know, they are very heavy towards this team fighting type of composition. You have the Exborg in the hands of Sanji. Sanji has been this kind of standout player for Twisted Minds. He has been the type of XP laner that carries the whole game, the whole team, and the Roger pickup as well for Sano as the gold laner. I feel like Roger has been the stable type of stable type of gold laner hero that you want to pick. You won't really lose your lane, you won't really win the lane, but you can survive till you get your items. You know, you get that GDS power spike, you get the Berserker's Fury or the Endless Battle, and then you can transition into some sort of a heavier late game carry. But for their mid laner, you know, they prefer the Farsa, which really enables you to get that extra backline power that could really just pop up the ultimate and just, you know, play around that ultimate when the team is skirmishing. They're gonna fight front to back, and I think that's a lot of advantages for Twisted Minds. We're talking about Twisted Minds and GK Esports. In the regular season, Twisted Minds has been able to take down GK Esports with a score of 2-1. So do you think that will be the same thing again, or even maybe Twisted Minds will be able to take them down in a 2-0? Because in the upper bracket final, that will be still in a best of 3 series, which you don't have much of a leeway to create errors.
Yeah, I don't think regular season record really matters here in the playoffs. We've seen time to time again, a lot of teams out there in other regions proving that what it matters the most, those statistics, those dominance in the regular season just does not matter whatsoever. Yeah. Twisted Minds, they may have beaten GK Esports 2-1 in the regular season, but in the playoffs, it's a different game. Just like what said, one playoff game equals to 2 regular season games combined. That is how hard it is to play in that kind of situation.
Yeah, but here we go with the Moskov pick and the Natan pick. I feel like these are strong gold laners that you could pick for in MPL MENA Season 5 specifically. I feel like Moskov has been rising in popularity, not only in MENA, but in other regions, for our region as well, MPL ID. I feel like Moskov has been this strong pick that could really just stabilize everything. Come the mid game and then the late game, he'll just be a strong carry. And even with the assassination possibilities that he has with his kit, you know, the Spear of Destruction, has that global presence and also has that assassination type of attempt that he has. He could really just be this, you know, kind of like sneaky assassin that could just snipe you down from downtown. And
yeah, it's pretty much all things comes into one. You can flank, you can go front to back with that penetration, with the basic attack passive that Moskov has, and even Koba from GK and also Sano from Twisted Minds. There are 2 gold laners with the most hero pools in MPL MENA Season 5 with 9 unique heroes. So we can't really rule out those heroes that's, you know, out of the comfort zone or maybe out of the meta for a lot of regions out there. Like we saw the Clint in the first day, and even it got banned by Coach Dale from R8 Esports in the second phase of the draft. That is something that I've never really seen before in other regions out there, because Clint, like, there's little to no attention being brought to this hero. And in MENA, it's just a whole different game. Like, they are playing something, different here.
Yeah, I feel like Clint is a hero that has been very underlooked. I mean, it has been picked quite a few times, especially in situational conditions where you really need that extra range and that extra burst, and the mobility as well at all is offered by Clint. But let's shift our focus on the junglers now. I feel like for Twisted Mind, Soda so far has been the jungler with the most objective of Lords, second most objectives in Lords for the MPL MENA Season 5 with a total secured Lords of 28 Lords. That's a lot of Lords. So I feel like this kind of like just complements the playstyle that Twisted Mind has, because they are this kind of like explosive team fighting type of composition, type of team. But then they have this kind of, objective-oriented jungler. Is that a good thing? Sometimes it is, but sometimes you really want to have your jungler to just fight in the face. But I feel like for Soda, he will enable his other laners, but also his other laners has to enable him to be able to get his hands on the Lord.
Yeah, for sure. I think you have to tackle those two different games, man. You have to be able to play those utility junglers, because that is the meta of today's game. You have the stability of a utility jungler as a tank, and also the fighting prowess of an assassin. If you take a look at some of the histories here from these two teams, history tells us that Twisted Minds 4-1 against Geek Esports, they have been very, very dominant against this opponent that they're going to face in the playoffs. But obviously, the stakes are higher than I've ever realized. So I kind of expect, or maybe I'm expecting Geek Esports to perform the way they performed yesterday, because they actually beat the #1 seed in R8 Esport. That is something that I don't really expect. And they brought out a gameplay that's just very, very aggressive. Even in the first game that they played a Julian mid and a roaming Edith. That combo is nasty. One onward, one earth shatter, and one combo, like any weapon that Julian used and Megumi used, it's pretty much a certain kill, especially if you use that Genius Wand to further enhance some of the magic damage dealing capabilities that your teammates have. It's just nasty.
Yeah, we have seen what Julian can do to other teams. Kyrie was able to pull it off in the playoffs as a jungler, but as a Julian mid, I feel like you just have much more mobility. You have much more freedom, because you don't really need to get your hands on the Lord. You don't need to get your hands on the objectives. You can just focus on the kills. You can just focus on getting those, pushes and split pushes, or even just getting your other laners ahead by helping with the ganks, helping with other type of things that you could really just help scale yourself. And this Julian Edith combo is something that we could peel our eyes to. But for GK Esports, they are also a team that, with one win so far historically against Twisted Minds, they are the team who has Shen, the player with the most hero pool so far in MPL MENA Season 5 with 13 unique heroes. So I feel like that adaptability, that flexibility that Shen brings to the team, it is going to really help them draft a certain type of heroes or compositions that they want to play later on. But I feel like for Twisted Minds, their biggest sharpening tool is their experience. They have been exposed to M5 back then, the same core 5 that has been playing in Triple Esports. Now, changing to Twisted Minds, I feel like that experience will really matter to them when it comes to the most important part of the game, which is winning, especially in this, state of the competition. You really want to win this so that you can get to the grand finals. If you win here, you'll get to the grand finals. If you lose, still a second option, still a second chance, but you don't really want to fight to the lower bracket. It's very grueling. So I feel like grand finals straight away is the key to victory. Is the thing that you really want to get your hands on.
Yep, I like both points that you've brought out. Realize, first of all, that hero pool is going to come in handy, because as we can see in MPL Indonesia, Onyx, they're known for their very wide hero pool on their every unit. You see W, carry, whoever player that you want to name, you can really just target ban them and get them out of the game. It just doesn't work like that. And when you have a lot of options in your hand, then the opponents start to, they stop thinking about how I can exploit the weakness of the opposing team, and they would rather draft for themselves, which brings you a lot of safety, I guess, for your draft, because you're not gonna get target ban. And I think that's a really valuable asset if you're building a team. And your second point about experience, man. Oh man, if you are already experiencing the highest of stages in M series, I feel like that is a huge, it's kind of like you're smurfing in this kind of situation, because you're in the playoffs. The pressure is higher than ever in this competition. But your opponent, you don't really know what's going on in their mind, but you are always ready because you've experienced that even more than this one.
Yeah, I feel like experience is something that is very key. But yeah, I'll kind of want to touch a bit about the flexibility, the number of hero pools that you could play. I mean, Shen himself is a roamer. You know, when you have a lot of heroes that you could play, I mean, for a roamer, you don't really want to target ban a roamer unless you have something that is, you know, very, very identical towards your name. I mean, like for Baloyski, for example, here in MPL ID, he has the Helkert that is perma-banned, or sometimes other roamer bans. But for a roamer, you don't really want to target ban him. But if he can play 18 different heroes and 18 different occasions, I feel like that is something that you have to peel your eyes against. And when you have that much of a hero pool, you have to be careful, of course, for the possibilities of, you know, flex picks, possibility of doing something that is out of your money. You don't really want to spend like 4 bans for a roamer, for example, or for a mid laner. So they have to be able to scale down their ban priorities, I'd say. And yeah, I feel like that is going to be very, very hard for, you know, GK Esports to figure out. But I'm sure they'll figure out. But for Twisted Minds, what you said feels like they're smurfing. It feels like they kind of are smurfing. Because again, exposed to the M series experience, a lot of teams want to go to the M series and you know, kind of fight for that coveted, you know, trophy. But for Twisted Minds, they are kind of like strong, firing from all cylinders. I mean, for Sano, let's just now touch a bit towards the gold laner. Sano from Twisted Minds, he is the gold laner that has the highest GPM so far. Oh, second highest GPM in MPL MENA Season 5 with 754 GPM. But that is in the regular season, and when it comes to playoffs, regular season doesn't really matter anymore. So it comes down to how you perform in stage, how you perform in the playoffs, and that is the big question that Sano and Twisted Minds has to answer.
You brought up 2 stats earlier, realized the fact that the 2 units of Twisted Minds has 2 major stats, and they're second in the standings. And I bet you, man, I bet you the first placer is the members of R8 Esports. Oh man, that's gonna be really, really sad. But speaking of about statistics, realize Troll from Twisted Minds. Yeah. This is one of my worries about their team. He has the highest kill participation in the whole MENA region in Season 5 with 82.81% kill participation. Now, you might see that stat and say, oh, that's probably a good thing. He's very involved in the team fight, but what I'm worried about is I don't want them to be like tunnel vision and also relying too much on Trolls engage, and they can't really make out an engage of their own when Troll is not there. So yeah, being very dependent on a one player is a strategy, but when that one player is out of the game, when they're not really in their you know, A game, then you have to figure out something other than that. And I feel like this is one of the homework for Twisted Minds currently in the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. Like, being dependent on a player, I feel like is not a problem, but when you're over dependent to that player, that is when it comes to, you know, being a problem. Because when you're dependent on a player, sure, you want to kind of like create a composition around him, you want to play around him, but when you are over dependent means all of your winning conditions will go through that player. For Twisted Minds, I feel like they have a lot of winning conditions. You know, they could play through Cuffin, they could play through Sano, activate him, and enable him to be able to get his hands on his favorite heroes, the Roger, the Natan, the carry. But then, do you really want to funnel everything towards him? That is the question. But for GK Esports, they themselves also have other winning conditions. You know, we have Zach, who was previously known as Goyong. He was one of the players of MENA EVOS in MPLPH Season 11, now bringing in that experience from MPLPH towards GK Esports as that player that is, you know, kind of ready to be able to bring that expertise towards GK Esports. And I feel like GK Esports still, they have that potential to win this game, because for Goyong himself, you know, being a mid laner for GK Esports with a lot of heroes that he could play as well, I feel like that could be the winning condition, that funnel that GK Esports is looking for.
Yeah, I think they should stick to their comfort heroes, and also the way they played against R8 Esports was nothing sort of incredible. The way they're just looking for every clash possible, just owning the bush with the Edith, and also some of the heroes that has a lot of burst potential, combined with the fact that you're, it's like the composition is made for fights, and you can't really be like, you have to put all those resources for a team fight, and you can't really back out either. And when you pour all that resources at the right time, at the right place, with good synergy with your teammates, I think it's gonna come to fruition and create a very, very satisfying result. I believe in the second game,
Retrospectively,
with R8 Esports, they actually banned the Julie in the second phase. That shows you how much respect they have with this pick for GK Esports.
yeah. Retrospectively speaking, for Twisted Minds, when they won 2-0 against Team Falcon, was one of the favorites to win this all as well. They were picking, the Harith that was left open, the Roger Fersano, again with the same jungler, the Barats, that is the favorite for Twisted Minds. So I feel like a lot of things that are happening for Twisted Minds has been very, very good. I feel like for them, the way they want to draft against the other players of Team Falcon, but now focusing towards Twisted Minds and GK Esports drafting phase, in which they will be able to craft something beautiful. That Harith ban quickly from GK Esports. They don't want to let this Harith go towards the hands of Sano, because that Harith was what destroyed Team Falcons yesterday in a 12-minute game, which is, I feel like something that is very, very quick, a quick end to a game. So that Harith is a problem and is strong in this patch, so they don't want to give it for free. The Fredrin ban as well coming through from GK Esports, kind of just disabling Soda to be able to get the Lord Prios that he has later on as the game progresses.
Yep, once again, I said earlier that the most valuable asset currently in the meta is that global presence. You can see the importance of the Luoyi, the Chips, the Moskov, and also the Angela brings you a lot of ways to be able to cover the long lane and also catch up to team fights quite fast. And when it comes down to the late game, it's gonna be harder for you to deal with those heroes. But I like the Mathilda pick here coming in from Twisted Minds. I don't know why in MPL Indonesia and also MPL PH, that Mathilda pick in the Real Care season, it was one of the best heroes in the game. It's almost banned in every matches. I believe the frequency in MPL Indonesia, Mathilda is the second most prio hero throughout the regular season, but somehow in the playoffs, they didn't use it at all. I generally don't get that.
Yeah, the Mathilda was nowhere to be seen. And yeah, I was thinking in my mind, if they're going to pick the Mathilda, they're going to pick up the Barats, and they did. They will try to hover that Barats, and they will pick it eventually. This Mathilda-Barats combo is just disgusting to deal with. It is usually the counter towards Ling, towards a jungler that is really dependent on the purple buff, but they will pick it up this time, and without having that thought of trying to counter something, this Mathilda-Barats combo is already strong in and of itself. So this will be the enabler for Twisted Minds to get their hands on the objective, to get their hands on the things that they want to prioritize later on in the game. And the Paquito will be left alone on his own devices later on. For Sanji really, really likes to play this Paquito as well, one of his favorite heroes, one of his signature for Twisted Minds. Now for GK Esports, how do they respond to this? I mean, they have that Valentina with the IMU, which might be able to survive with the Detona, with a stolen Detona, but the question is how they will try to fight this in a front-to-back scenario.
Yeah, I like the Roger too. It brings a lot of flexibility on how you want to approach the team fight. And a Moskov ban coming in finally for GK Esports. One hero that's not really priored so much in this MPL MENA playoffs compared to the other regions out there. But this is going to be very, very interesting. As you can see, we're also banned for Twisted Minds. So GK Esports, they haven't picked their roamer just yet. And those healers is also a good match for a Roger, especially if you're playing a Roger against a healer. it's always bad for you because Roger is more of a finisher, kind of like Martis with a decimation. Roger procs his passive when the opponent's HP is very, very low, and when there's a healer that can, top your HP up in a second, it's gonna be hard to play that kind of hero. Now, what you want to do is to extend that, enhance the durability of that Roger. So I like the way Twisted Minds are banning right now.
Yeah, the Minotaur ban as well towards the player of GK Esports really just disables that engage potential. I mean, for GK Esports, they have the Yuzong with the Black Dragon form and the Fierce Dive, which main initiation tool, but they have way so much escape coming for Twisted Minds. The Guiding Wind that could easily be cancelled by the Minotaur stomp or like the knockup, so they don't really want to get that given to GK Esports. Now for the last two picks, interesting to see they are yet to pick up a jungler for themselves, but they will pick up the Joy, a hero that has not yet been seen that much.
Oh, no.
Now, with a win rate of 75% in MPL MENA Season 5, well, that's a huge win rate, but they're hovering the Adept. I think they'll pick it up though. There is no way they will pick up this Adept, because this Adept really needs, I don't know, something that could really just enable her to get her hands on the Swan Song, but a standalone Odette is not something that I really want to play, especially when the enemy has a Yuzong, has a Valentina, has a Roger, a Joy that could just jump in towards this Odette. So I don't think that they will pick this up. I feel like this is just a hover from Twisted Minds.
Oh, maybe you're thinking about it backwards, Realize. I think they already locked the... There you go, two picks that we haven't seen at all in MPL Indonesia. Odette and also Clint, and also a Grok to close out the trap for Shen. Now, what I want to say is, you said about the dives coming in towards the Odette, but that's exactly what Odette wants. When there's a lot of people there, she's going to proc the damage even more and also stack more shields up there. But this Joy, man, I'm sorry, but I generally do not like the Joy pick here because there is just too much durability coming in from Twisted Minds. It's going to be hard for you to be able to burst down some of the members of Twisted Minds in this case, and that 75% win rate, I think that's no longer the Joy that we know, man. It's always been nerfed over and over again in every patch, and right now Joy hasn't seen the light of day in MPL playoffs, in PH, in ID, and in any other regions out there.
Yeah, interesting to see how this Odette will operate. Now that I think of it retrospectively, Chefin might have made a good point where Odette really wants to, be up there standing where a lot of people are clumped up towards her, and that is the moment where she will be the one popping up the Swan Song, and that is going to be the, kind of like the key to victory for Twisted Minds with this Odette. But again, when she is going to be bursted down instantly with the Joy running out with the electrifying beats or the Roger with the pounce, that is where it spells trouble for Twisted Minds. So they need to navigate a way to be able to enable this Odette. I feel like the Matilda is there kind of to save her as well. You have the Barat as a perfect frontliner to stop that. Yeah, a lot of options to traverse around the drafting phase, the composition that is Twisted Minds composition. So yeah, interesting to see how this will play out. And the Clint as well, a good option for extra range and mobility when you have that Roger playing against you. So yeah, a lot of surprise picks that kind of makes me excited as well on how the diversity there is in MPL MENA Season 5. A lot of heroes being picked up in which in other regions has not been that famous or that popular.
I am very pumped, Realize, especially with this Odette pick, because I've seen some TikTok videos that left me speechless. Odette deals that much damage? You can see here once again. Yeah, even without the first skill and second skill, you can burst down an opponent with a single Swan Song, and the burst damage is no joke. As we take a look at the composition once again, what do you got, Realize?
I don't know, I feel like I really want to see the niche composition win, but at the same time for Team GK Esports, they have kind of like rounded themselves up a perfect composition to just rile around these players of Twisted Minds. But we'll see. The Line of Dawn for MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs. Upper bracket finals, Twisted Minds against GK Esports. Who will be the victors and who will advance to the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 5. Game number 1, Twisted Minds against GK Esports now. Of course, a lot of things to checklist. The winning conditions. Are you certain, Chefin, that this Odette will have the chance to pop her ultimate?
I do think that because right now I believe Odette, when she popped the Swan Song, she's not really that bothered with CCs anymore, and she got a lot of shield on her hand to be able to prolong her durability in a team fight. And we have a this combo of Mathilda. I don't know if you know this, Realize, but Oh My Venus and also Wise use this very often, or maybe Blacklist International when they are testing out the Mathilda and Odette combo. Meanwhile, the bottom lane though, it's gonna be a burst down onto a Costa Rica. No, still has 1 HP. But back to my point earlier, you can combo out the Guiding Wind and the Circling Eagle towards a Swan Song, and that's gonna be a moving Swan Song combo. It's gonna be very, very interesting.
Oof! First blood though for Shen, and they get the double kill for GK Esports with Mark as well running around. And that is 2 quick kills out of the pockets of GK Esports. And wow. Back to the topic of that Swan Song interaction. I feel like there's also a unique interaction, Chefin, where Gord with the Mystic Gush, when he is tethered to a Guiding Wind, he will be running around and flying around with the with the Mystic Gush. So I feel like that is also something that we can highlight. But Costa Rica already taken down by Sanji. Sanji will flicker away, but then the Detona's welcome is perfect to the lockdown mark in place. Guardian Barrier is not going to be enough for Shen to get another kill, and that is 2 quick kills pulled back by Twisted Minds.
Already seeing the weakness of Joy. Can't really evade those CCs anymore, as Hoda surely will be able to secure this one unless one of us contest this one. Shen might be going down here. Sanji wants to commit onto this. Hoda, one more hit, one more basic attack, and he got it quite easily. Meanwhile, Zetan's welcome from IMU will be stolen by Zach. Flash you can form will be followed up, but I don't think they're gonna try to go for this one, as they actually went for this one. Swan Song, look at the damage coming in. Realize, I told you, man, they want the time to come to punish them with the Swan Song.
Wow, it is all coming to fruition in Twisted Minds. Just like their names suggest, they are very twisted in the sense that they are so wicked and ready with these types of picks, with these types of compositions. And I feel like this is so interesting, so fun to see, where the Odette, who is subject towards such heavy dives, is the one standing strong to counter the dives coming in from GK Esports. But so far, Zoda has been just roaming around trying to get his hands at the objectives. A turtle again secured by Twisted Minds earlier, and Koba already has his hands on the Windtalker. That could be the kind of like the helping tool for him to speed up even faster his farming patterns, and later on get his other hands on the other items that he needs. Not yet the power spike, but he's getting there slowly.
Yeah, for sure. As you can see also the interaction there between Mark and also Hoda. The fact that Hoda is level 6 and Mark is level 7, and Mark just doesn't want to do anything with that, shows you how vulnerable right now Joy is. Meanwhile, Zach will stall the Zetan's welcome, will not be able to do anything with that, as it's back to square one once again. 4-2 so far, about a 1k gold lead for Twisted Minds as we go into the second turtle in a second. Now, I think the winning condition for DK Esports is somehow try to pull the trigger earlier before Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, wall charge already been used. Huge resource burned out before the turtle fight, as Shen already very low. And now they have all the tools available and also all the time in the world to take this one without any contest.
Yep, easy. Total take, and again, Twisted Minds just so good on zoning out their enemies to be able to get their hands on the objectives, on the lords, on the turtles, time and time again. And so far up top, it hasn't really been such of an action, but Sano will get dived upon, just beaten down to a pop by Koba. And that is an important kill for this Roger to start snowballing. Troll might be next on the menu, but he pops up the circling eagle. Jumping forward, the pounce will enable Troll to be pushed back. But there goes Shadow Strike from Zac. Is not going to be enough to take down Troll. And he will still be standing, defending that tier 1 turret without it even being scathed.
Yeah, finally, DK Esports found something there in the top lane. I was gonna say that they're not really putting any emphasis on the gold lane, considering the fact that Twisted Minds has been roaming towards the XP lane much more often. And when you're up against Barat in the early game with an assassin, you probably just want to evade that Dino as far away as possible and try to punish the opposing lane instead. And once again, look at that, Twisted Minds, they read out the movement from DK Esports. Intelligent there, but Mark is very, very vulnerable to CCs and damage. And the siege once again begins.
A dive towards the top lane, and Koba, stuck in a rock and a hard place, will be taken down by Troll. Sonos Welcome is there to lock Shen in place, and there goes the Swan Song, but cancelled by the Guardian's barrier. And of course for Shen, he still survives, but at what cost? His gold laner is dead. The one that he has to protect is now gone, and this is just going to steamroll, to snowball Twisted Minds to even greater heights as they get their hands on this tier 1 turret. And so far, it is looking so swimmingly for Twisted Minds.
Yep, Coffin. It was a Swan Song, and I feel like you kind of underestimated the Odette very early on the draft, realize. You can see the shield coming in from the Swan Song. Yeah, insanity. That was like 1/3 of HP of Odette. That is a huge, huge shield. And Odette hasn't seen any items yet. She hasn't stacked up all of that damage yet. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, though, Sanji 1v2. I feel like he's gonna get out from this just fine with the shields, with the jab. Now Shen might be in trouble here, getting crowded by a lot of people there. Once again, Ditron's Welcome on towards Zac. He's gonna get munched on and killed. No! Sanji flickers forward and actually secured the kill for Twisted Minds, but it's gonna be locked down with the wall, but still has a lot of damage in his hand and the shields as well. The durability is insane, and once again, they secure another kills on Sino. 3-2-0 for the Twisted of Minds.
Oh, how do they even fight this? Koba, even getting jumped on, loses a chunk of his HP. And Twisted Minds, 7th minute, and they're able to just march down the tier 1 top side and the tier 1 mid. And Mark could be next on the blacklist of Twisted Minds. Mark is stuck. He has to run away, has the movement speed to do so, but Coffin is on his way. Thankfully though, the extra boost he gets from that will be able to enable him to run away. An endless battle and dominance ice for both Ghost Rika and Koba. That could be the main objective now, but Tanji, looking for Mark, won't be able to get anything, but Shen is the one biting the bullet for GK Esports. They are just caged in their own premises. They're caged in their own tier 2 turrets. They can't even go out to open up the vision on the map. They can't even try to invade the jungles of Twisted Minds. As you take a look at the items, what does this indicate, Sheffin?
Looking at the items, and I believe that's gonna be either a Holy Crystal or a Blood Wings for Coffin. So maybe extra shield with that item. So good luck for DK Esports to counter that. But Sanji also secured a huge item there, an Oracle, which worked wonders so far. Not only he's gonna get more healing coming in, also more shields from Troll, he also will have more shield with his jabs as well. So extra durability in all parts for this Paquito, as it looks like DK Esports, it's either they don't realize that they're actually taking the Lord, or they just won't let this one go, because there's no way you're gonna contest this one. Meanwhile, the Swan Song, I told you, Swan Song and Circling Eagle combo. Meanwhile, Shen will be locked down. The CC's coming in. Sanji will chase down this rock Troll. Still chasing, but it looks like he's gonna get away just fine. Oh, the flicker there. Actually, no, it's not a flicker, but a dash from Sando secured the kill with those passive. Just stacking up the damage. This Clid is gonna be much more lethal in the upcoming minutes.
Well, this Clint is already lethal from the get-go. And with the quick draw and the double shot passive, he's just unstoppable. And now they are marching towards the tier 3 turret. And look at Mark, he's just up top trying to split push and maybe create a segue play later on as he's able to get the tier 2 turrets of Twisted Minds. Now the base turrets all in shambles for BK Esports. Circling Eagle popped up and they're able to just open up this base. The Swan Song moving forward, trying to zone out the players of BK Esports, fighting front to back, and the Lord just marches towards the crystal. The base turret at mid side trying to be taken down. Troll is low, but a stolen Swan Song will be trying to enable BK Esports to maybe fight back. Counter initiation though, like Lycan Pounce from Koba will be able to catch Soda in place, but the wild charge is enough from Shen to just displace them all. But no, Sano again and again with the power of the plant is just way too strong. And 12 kills all in the names of Twisted Minds. Oh my goodness! Troll is still alive. Circling Eagle, locking Mark in place. He sees Sade and can't even move. And Sano will be the one taking him down. The crystal wide open now for Twisted Minds. This is such a bloodbath. They end it all in the 10th minute of the game, and I underestimated that a dead pick. That has been so crazy for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I love the dead pick, but on the other part of the court, man, I just do not get why they would pick Joy in this time of the game, especially with how bad Joy is right now. No CC immune anymore on that electrifying beats, and you can munch on by the Barats if he actually lands that one. Victory secured by Twisted Minds. One more game. They need to secure to be able to represent MENA region in MSC 2024 in Riyadh. So right now, they're gonna be playing much harder than ever, man. Because this is like only one game, one more steps to take to be able to represent your country and the region.
Yeah, that is such a very painful way to lose. I feel like now it all makes sense why the Joy is such a bad pickup. It doesn't really give you that CC immune. You would usually pick it up against the Barats, against like other assassins. But again, you don't have that much of a CC immune, and that Barats was just locking down that Joy in place and couldn't even go anywhere. So it was very hard for her to play around. And in the last minutes of the game, even Mark tried to create that split push up top because it was the only thing he could do. He can't even run around the backline of Twisted Minds because he knew he would be taken down by the Daytona's Welcome, just locked in place, frozen, can't even move. And there was so much CC coming in from Twisted Minds with the Matilda and then the Odette as well with the stun. So yeah, it was just hard for the Joy to maneuver around. And this Odette pick, I feel like, yeah, it was good, but it wasn't really the only reason why they won. It was because the other laners were really active. I mean, Troll was stepping up huge, and the MVP, of course, for today is your jungler Soda, the guy with the objectives in his eyes.
Yep, 46% objective rate, damage not so much because this is a Barats we're talking about. As we take a look at some of the replays, what happened in that game, I feel like in the first few minutes, PK Esports were actually able to get those 2 kills, which is very huge. If they want to set up for the next turtle fight or like the first ever turtle fight, that could be huge. But a huge mistake coming in from Mark as well, just overcommitting in the bot lane for no reason at all, and he get bursted down, and that becomes one of the key moments in that game, because one mistake in a bot lane can cost you the game. Like the whole team just crumbles. They can't really gain the advantage anymore in the turtle fight, and this is one of the benefits of picking a Matilda, just going in and out of the fight quite easily. This is one of the moments too where Hoda was one of the leading charge, one of the leading core of the Twisted Minds composition. And you can see there, the Joy, it's not only the Joy is a bad pick right now, the fact that he picked it against a Parat plus the Matilda. You can pick the Joy against other healers, other like Estes or maybe a Florent, heroes that doesn't really have that dashing maneuver or maybe like mobility skills. That's all right, but this is Matilda we're talking about. you can be evaded with the Circling Eagle and Guiding Wind, 2 skills to evade your electrifying beat. So I really don't get why they would pick a Mathilda at that stage. As we take a look at the emblems used by some of the players here, let's take a look at the MVP Hoda with a lot of durability emblems there. Tank emblem, obviously, Concussive Blast to further enhance the damage and also the farming speed of that Barats. As also, taking a look at the damage participation for each members of GK Esports and Twisted Minds. Surprisingly, Coffin was not really that much of a threat so far in this game. But that's probably because the game is only 10 minutes, and Valentina from GK Esports actually leading the chart with 30% damage participation. And in the late game at that time, I feel like that was a creative maneuver that he used. Actually stole the Swan Song instead of other skills out there. But you know, you can sing the same song, but you can replicate the vocal cords, man.
Oh my god, what a line from Chefin, man. And yeah, that Odette wasn't really showing its, you know, wings, because again, you really want Odette to excel in the late game, and that was like a 10-minute game. I mean, it was also kind of like a threat towards Twisted Minds, because they had, for GK Esports, they had a Valentina that could really just replicate and copy that ultimate. But yeah, like what Chefin mentioned, you know, there is not enough damage from the Valentina. So that was the question in hand for GK Esports. But yeah, for Twisted Minds, they are up 1-0 with such a stomp. I don't know if, you know, GK Esports can recover from this. I feel like they can. It's a best of 3, not much space to create errors. But so far, what they have been showing us, that was like not even like, if you draw out the Odette from the equation as well, I feel like Twisted Minds also played a very, very good game. I mean, Sano with the Clint, just doing and minding his own business, doing his own thing as a Clint. You know, if you're playing Clint, you're just farming up, and come the late game, come the mid game, you feel like you're just dealing tons of damage, and that wasn't even the late game. That was still like a mid game scenario for the Clint, where the Roger was kind of like getting that spotlight slowly for the players of GK Esports with the Roger. That dive towards you know, the Clint at the top side turret was kind of like the beaming light for them. But that was just not enough to stop the Clint, because the other lanes were just crumbling and gone. So they had a lot of prio in other lanes as well. So for Twisted Minds, their priorities were just set straight from the get-go.
Yeah, I feel like we are very surprised by the picks, but I don't think I'm surprised by the result. This is the 2nd seed against the 4th seed, and the game ratio from Twisted Minds is just night and day compared to the GK Esports in the regular season. They are currently, out of all the 3 teams that's available in the playoffs, the de facto best team based on their regular season stats. But let's see though, if GK Esports can turn it around in game number 2, maybe just stay away from the Joy, and also drafting a better composition against this kind of draft from Twisted Minds. And I like the Clint too, man. Like, usually when I see the Clint, it's always like it's not a prio pick, right? It's more of a, oh man, we don't really have a good gold laner here to play, so let's just pick the Clint. It's an easy hero to play, and also has some tools to kind of get you out of trouble with the 2nd skill. But against a Joy too, it kind of further enhanced the possibilities or the capabilities of Clint, because Joy is not really a tanky jungler, it's an assassin. So getting bursted down by a Clint is a normal thing that happened in that game, because the damage will not be able to be reduced by the items that the Joy have. It's mostly magic damage.
Magic damage, and they had a lot of survivability as well coming from the side of Twisted Minds. You mentioned it, you know, there's a reason why they picked up the Mathilda, the Odette with the Swan Song, and even there was an Oracle build coming in which just enhances the shield, coming in with Paquito as well as the jab, and that just adds so much survivability, because the Swan Song in and of itself innately already provides with you a shield. So you don't really have to worry about someone not peeling for you. And I feel like Odette wasn't even peeled in most of the team fights. You know, the Odette was just standing behind, you know, waving her wand. Not with a peel. There wasn't even a peel action coming in from Twisted Minds. They were just like standing there and letting, you know, Odette do her own thing. And GK Esports couldn't even punish her. So I don't know. Maybe for GK Esports, they should just stick to the traditional junglers they usually just play. The Fredrin, the Baxia. I feel like that gives you more of a power when it comes to the objective contest. When it comes to the little skirmishes, the Fredrin gives you that. The Baxia gives you that. The mobility it has also enhances you to be able to move side to side. And talking about side as well, the side lanes were just all torn apart by Twisted Minds towards GK Esports. They had no chance, little to no chance. In up top in gold lane, there was kind of like a hope in which the dive happened. The down bottom was just gone. I mean, Sanji was there trying to clear up everything, but it just didn't work out for GK Esports.
Yeah, I was gonna mention the importance of Sanji in that game, because off camera he also does a lot of work, a lot of off camera kills that he secured. It's a like he's surrounded by a lot of people there, like it's a 1v4 situation, but he made it 1-on-1 with the right targets as well, and he can get away from the danger quite easily because he has a lot of movement ability with the jabs, with the knockout strike. He's playing a wonderful game that game with the Paquito, and I feel like if we were to pick a second MVP in that game, that would be Sanji. And even if you pick Sanji as the MVP, then I would probably not mad about it and kind of agree with it. Those two are the MVPs of that game. Let's see though, in the second game, will it be different this time, because they're gonna cook up something that's much different. Hopefully GK Esports can actually retaliate in the second game and makes things much more interesting here. So we are beginning with some of the bans that's already secured on that one. Let's see, what's it gonna be? Is it still gonna be the Angelas and the chips on the Luoyis? I feel like that's the meta right now, but maybe the adjustments will come in from GK Esports.
Yeah, the Luoi was banned in the second phase of the game, or the drafting phase for teams, but the Barats, they determined that the Barats is a bigger threat compared to maybe the Paquito or the Mathilda. So they take it out for Soda, and the Angela ban coming to the Paquito as well, taking away. Sanji with the Paquito wasn't really, the hyper carry he was. He was not really the flashy player, but he was sucking up pressure. He was sucking up 2 to 3 people towards him, making space for his team, and just staying alive as long as possible. And that was the reason why he was, probably, like what Chefin said, the second MVP of that game. And it was just so hard for the players of GK Esports to get their hands on the ban because of Sanji just appearing there. And the Fredrin ban coming through with the chip as well. So 2 roam bans and 2 jungler bans in this game.
Okay, I feel like the Barats ban was a bit unnecessary, and I just want to highlight this one. In the MPL MENA playoffs season 5 so far, I feel like they kind of forgot that Export exists, and Barats is not really that prime jungler anymore as they ban. This is an interesting ban, Taritza, so maybe Twisted Minds, they want to play through their backlines, a hero that doesn't really have a lot of mobilities. That could be very, very dangerous to pick against a Taritza. Let's see though if that's going to be the case. But the bans coming in from GK Esports, Mirko mentioned this in MPL Indonesia, those minor adjustments in the playoffs is what wins you the game. But this is much more than minor, I feel like, realized. The Paquito and also the Barats is a bit too reactionary, at least for me. And this is something that's really, really interesting. You picked out the Yuzhong in the very first pick of the game. Yes, the Paquito is gone, but you still have a lot of ways to deal with the Yuzhong, especially if you pick something along the lines of a Claude, a hero that doesn't really get targeted by a Yuzhong, and also a good DXP laner that can 1v1. Oh no, it's actually not a Claude, a better hero in fact. It's gonna be the Harith and also the Mathilda once again for Twisted Minds. Ooh, this is already a hard draft already for me.
No way. No way they banned out the Barats and the Paquito, and they let go the Harith with the Mathilda as well behind it. This is just trouble, I feel like, for GK Esports. I don't know why they picked up this Yuzong again. I do understand the bans, like what you said, it was reactionary. but to let the Harith go, it's that prio? I don't think so, because this Harith has been so much of a pest to deal with. That is the hero they picked up when they won against Falcons yesterday for Twisted Minds, but they will counter it with the Lolita and a Moskov in hand. Still, the Harith, I feel like, will just win lane against Moskov, but when it comes to the late game, I feel like the Moskov will have much more of an agency to move up top, to just move freely and just dish out the damage as how a late game Moskov would do.
And Valentina to round up the first phase of the picks here for Twisted Minds. Already a well-rounded draft coming from Twisted Minds, but DK Esports, that Lolita pick just came out of nowhere. Usually when you're playing against a Harith, you don't play like a pick-off composition with a Kaja or maybe a Franco, or maybe even more creative. You overload it with damage coming in from Phobius, but that's a bit too creative, I would say, in this kind of meta. And I'm gonna give you a statistics, realize, and also the viewers out there. The most prio heroes in the playoffs of MPL Indonesia and MPL PH with almost 100% banning rate is Harith on ID, and also, guess what hero on PH?
Harith.
Yep, also Harith. Like, you can already see the importance of this pick, especially in the mid game, man. Once you get the Starlium sight and also the Feather of Heaven, there's really no ways to counter the Harith unless you just overload it with a CC, preferably a suppress that cannot be dealt with as a Harith with a Purify.
Yeah, the gravity and the magnitude of this Harith pick is just way too mighty for Twisted Minds, and I feel like Twisted Minds is just like Thanos, collecting all the Infinity Stones. They got their hands on the Mathilda, the Barats last game, and now the Mathilda. They're rounding up a pretty strong and threatful draft towards the players of GK Esports. Now the question is, what will they pick towards this Harith? The XP has been completed and the gold lane as well, so there is there's no room for reactionary counter picks like the Mincetar or the Lunox. Maybe the Lunox would come out as well, but it is not going to really deal with the Harith, because Lunox is a lane counter towards the Harith, not a game counter, because when the Harith just comes online, gets his hands on the items he needs, when it comes to the mid to the late game, Lunox won't really stand a chance against the Harith. But the Luo Yi and the Guinevere ban is coming out from both teams.
If you cover all the screen right now and only see the bans coming in from GK Esports, you'd expect them to play against BTK, against Cloud9. Because this is like a MOBA Zane bans, man. A Guinevere, Pasha, Fredred, and Barats, and also Paquito. And I feel like they forgot the existence of Akai. I feel like banning an Akai is much better than Guinevere, but oh my goodness. Okay, they want to play it really fast with the Nolan and a Julian. I get why they want to play the Lolita here, so they want to go guns blazing and just pretty much a glass cannon composition. Now, Twisted Minds, do you want to play a bit more reactively, or do you want to just respond with some more aggressive picks here? And I feel like, not gonna lie, realize a Mincetar is playable here, but I don't think it's gonna be picked.
Yeah,
Arl, I was gonna say Arl, but yeah, man, I should have predicted it earlier, so it sounds cool, but no.
Yeah, you can clip it, later on, Chef, and just flex it on your social medias. But yeah, an Arlet will be picked up. This enables Twisted Minds to have a strong engage tool with the final slash and chain reactionary stuns that you could have with the Arlet. But still, for Twisted Minds, this draft has been very strong. I feel like the Harith that they have. For GK Esports now, the question is, how do they want to play this? Nolan Julian, will they be funneling the resources towards these two heroes? Because I feel like these two heroes are greedy in the sense that they need resources, they need gold, they need prio in both lanes. But for Nolan, as a jungler, still kind of like a viable option in the jungle. But I don't know what's gonna stop this Harith, man. They don't really have a pick-off type of hero, the one with the point-and-click CC, like a Kaja, that can't really just tie up this Harith.
Well, technically, the Numinant Blast coming in from Lolita, you don't really have to charge it anymore, and if you just click it right away, it does give you a bit of a stun towards the Harith. I feel like that's the strategy here coming in from PK Esports. Now, Twisted Minds, the job is to be able to respond to some of the engages that the opponent will bring to you. I expect at the very least 2 Purifies from Twisted Minds. Probably will be 3 with the Valentina also bringing out the Purify. And now, it's just a game of who's owning the bush, because so far PK Esports against R8 Esports, when they own the bush, they own the game.
Oh, the bush will be very important, of course, for both teams. And now coming into the second game of the first match of today, will Twisted Minds be the first team to enter the grand finals, or will GK Esports fight back in this game? In a very, very terrifying draft. Game 2 is underway. Twisted Minds against GK Esports.
Okay, I did not expect that. Troll actually choosing that Flicker instead of Purify. Yeah, I do think that if it's a Lolita instead of an Edith, yes, Flicker does make sense, but I think I'm more of a Purify guy here in this kind of match. But we're gonna see on the other side of the court, Zach bringing out that Flicker for the Julian. Also, shout out to Megumi Fushiguro making an appearance once again in MPL MENA Playoffs Season 5 by the Skids in game right now, because the event is not gonna last for long for you.
Yeah, don't forget to get your hands on the Jujutsu Kaisen XMLVV skins. And you can enjoy 50% off your first daily draw. And maybe you could land yourself a Megumi Fushiguro with the Chimera Shadow Garden, you know, the domain expansion if you've been following the anime. I'm a big Megumi fan. But yeah, for Sano now, he's just being pushed back. It's not going to be a sweet game for him. I mean, in the laning phase, especially when you have so much cryo towards the top side, towards that gold lane. But for Sanji, he's almost taken down. Costa Rica is jumping, and Sanji, though, still alive under the shade of his turret. So he's going to be fine. Koba receiving damage and pressure. So again, just, you know, time and time again, switching the pressure up top from both junglers and both roamers as well.
Not gonna lie, so far Twisted Minds has been reading the movements coming in from PK Esports really, really well, especially that mirroring in the jungle pattern for Hoda, securing his own camp. And right now, Mark will try to burst this one, though Hoda still has a lot of HP on his hand. They might want to go for Shen. Heavy Spin is still saved for the next objective battle. It looks like Shen has to recall right now to set up for the next turtle. Bottom lane though, they're still securing the lanes to be able to get a level 4.
Yeah, they want to get that running as fast as possible because they have a turtle take, though Zac is close by. They want to get this turtle. Heavy Spin popped up and the Great Spear, the Spear of Destruction coming in, but that turtle will be secured by Soda again, the king of the objectives in the jungle today. The server, Rikuffin will just cover his players now. Troll is trying to push back Shen and Zac both ways. So Twisted Minds again coming with the advantage that they have. They'll just try to speed up their goal advantage. But talking about goal advantage, it's actually in the hands of GK Esports.
Wow, oh my goodness, not for long though, realize as a kill is secured for Sanji with a lot of recalls as well. And this is not looking good. Usually, Yuzhong is one of those heroes that's quite standard in the laning phase. You can deal with pretty much anything and not get killed in the process. But if you get killed in this kind of phase of the game, then it's not going to be good for you, as looks like it's going to be a gang here from Zac going down bottom.
Yeah. They now will try to corral their members around still. First blood name of Sanji. They'll try to just ease up the pressure and just soak everything towards them. The resources all in their hands. For Zac, this is going to be a very interesting game to play. I mean, who does he target? Sure, the Harith. But he has backup from Soda and Costa Rica. This jump forward already popping the BDF. Now the heavy spin will lock him down. And that is another kill. The Spear of Destruction popped up, and there's no way Koba will TP towards that.
remind you once again that this Yuzhong was the first pick of the game for DK Esports. The value that it brings so far in this game is just close to nothing so far. 0-0. In terms of KDA, the worst performing member of the team, getting gapped by the ganks coming in from Twisted Minds at the top lane, though Sano will just use his Summon Force to try to deal some damage towards Koba. And now, another one, Zack might be in trouble. Still gets away, and finally Vengeance Flicker by Sanji to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Black Dragon Form though will try to punish Shanji, getting bumped by the hammer. Still has a lot of vengeance, and also the guiding a win. Gets out from trouble. They secure the turtle as well. Black Dragon Form from Coffin will secure
Last.
Costa Rica's life. And now Sanji once again doing a lot of work as the XP laner of Twisted Minds. They are playing this game in a twisted way, and he gets away scot-free with 1 HP. What a display of micro, realize.
Wow. Disaster. 2 words. 1 word even. Disaster for GK Esports. Twisted Minds is just running them down with every possible play that they could create. It was just Sanji trying to rile up the situation with the dive towards the turret, getting the kill and just jumping out with the Vengeance, the Flicker as well, and then popping back his final slash to get the final slash towards GK Esports. It was just enough, but the Fracture now coming in. Trying to pull back Sanji. Sanji saved the guiding win, but there you go with the Petrify. Moving on Blast now, locking Coffin in place, and Sanji is still alive. This guy's unkillable. And Shen has to retreat. But the Shadow Strike coming in, and Sanji jumping in with the Vengeance. Dauntless Strike, not committed, and Troll will just shoo away Shen. But there's Zack coming in with the chains. He will try to lock him in place. The Dauntless Strike is there, and the Fracture is not enough. But here comes the Spear of Destruction. This could be the saving grace for Team GK Esports. Koba will jump forward, but Mark is still alive. And they might have overstayed their welcome. But Twisted Minds still very brave, very courageous. Take the fight's heavy spin towards Costa Rica again. This Yuzhong can't even fly. His wings are clipped, and Twisted Minds get the 9th kill of the game.
Wow, Costa Rica right now, he's trying his best to replicate Mio's performance in NSC Grand Final. 0-5-0 so far. Unnecessary stray? Okay, man.
Don't do him dirty, bro. Don't do him dirty, bro.
I think Milo is a cool guy. He'll be fine with it. And it's going to come back stronger in MSC 2024. And right now, he's on a bootcamp on BH. But enough of that. We're back into the game so far. 4K gold lead for Twisted Minds. 9-1. A huge disparity on kills and also the pressure on the map. And I think it's mostly because of Sanji over and over again. He secured a solo kill. He secured a 1v3 situation kills. And he actually held up for a long time for the Twisted Minds team to be able to get their heads on some kills. Meanwhile, Summon Force on the bottom lane. Also, the Circling Eagle does a lot of damage, also knockup towards the members of GK Esports. One more hit to Shen will do it. Limited Blast will not get him out of trouble. Guiding Wind once again to give him a more shield and also healing. Sano is still very much healthy. One more hit to Mark, and he secures 2 kills for Twisted Minds. In the top lane though, it's also a kill secured towards Costa Rica. Finally, 6th death as an EXP laner. Something of a meme number right now for all the EXP laner in the world.
I feel like it's a casual KDA for explainers in rank, but for Costa Rica, this is something that he wants to forget. This is a very, very hard game to play. You can see Sanji already getting that item to his name, the Radiant Armor now. Soda is just trying to invade the jungle. Costa Rica might get stuck again, but thankfully though, he gets away with the jump. And with the Twisted Minds, they're just treating this jungle as themselves. But now, the backtracking form will be popped up to try to let him escape. The spear is there, but no teleport now. They're just waiting for it to expire. The final slash towards Shen. Shen can't soak up the damage, and Sanji gets the kill. The heavy spin committed with the Zaman Force as well, popping it left and right, and the Petrify connects there, just gone, evaporating. The mirror shatters for GK Esports as they get taken down, wiped away from that bottom side fight.
Domination is understatement, and once again Mark is forced to just split pushing while the whole team, 4 guys, getting absolutely desecrated by the whole teams of Twisted Minds. And I generally do not see any kind of counterplay that GK Esports have, especially with how safe Twisted Minds are playing right now. They also have a lot of bailout mechanic with the guiding wind, also the circling eagle, so they are going to be very, very safe in the next team fights to come.
Now, Lord, next on his eyes, for Zoda. So I don't really see an opportunity where GK Esports can climb back unless this Moskov in the hands of Koba just gets like a maniac and then gets his items, gets online, because, you know, I kid you not, a Moskov could be a saving grace for certain teams when it comes to the late game, but that is just not, I don't know, it's just not realistic. And now Sanji's stuck in the wrong side of the map, will be taken away by Mark. And that could be a consolation kill, but here comes the cavalry, stolen Black Dragon form for Cuffin. And look at the CC! It is just so sweet. Another dragon joins the fight, but it is not going to be enough. It won't even hurt them. Sano running away, running forward. Shen stuck again. The frontliners aren't frontlining. Costa Rica will just try to shoo away the players of Twisted Minds. But look at Cuffin in the backline getting Mark, or Zach rather. And now they march towards the base. This could be the end of GK Esports, I presume.
Now they're just gonna try to deal with this one. One wave has already been cleared, but the bottom lane though, the Lord is coming, and they are still 5-man healthy. Zach is coming up in a second, but let's see if they can defend this one. Zaman Force right away from Sano. Secure a 1 kill. Meanwhile, the Wind Blast connects onto 4, but there's no follow-up whatsoever. The damage is just not enough. Costa Rica still doing his best to stay alive. It looks like it's gonna be the end for GK Esports in this upper bracket finals. Twisted Minds wins this one and secures a spot in MSC 2024. Welcome to Riyadh.
Welcome to Riyadh, of course. The hometown heroes secure themselves a spot towards Saudi Arabia, towards Riyadh, where the fans will be very, very happy to welcome this hometown team play. And that was such a strong showcase of insane prowess. It was just so crazy. I'm out of words to describe what happened in that game. It was just a storm from minute 1, where it was a 6-0 lead. Sanji was just doing his own thing, being flashy, just making the plays as an Arlet. It was just, I don't know. I'm lost for words, man. I don't know. It was just so insane.
Yep, for sure. I feel like here's the thing, all right? When you're playing this kind of composition from GK Esports, if you're not dominating right from the get-go with the burst damage in the early game, then you're gonna be at you know, it's gonna be hard for you to come back, because let me tell you, man, I'm a Yuzhong player, and when I'm like down like 0-5-0, there is no way I'm gonna be flying as a dragon towards a 5-man healthy team, because I'm not gonna be able to take all those damage even as a dragon. Moreover, when I return back to the human form, and Yuzhong, I don't think it's a good hero if you're trying to come back from this kind of situation, and it's just way too late when they're already up like 10k gold at a time. 18-2 at one point is the kill stats in that game.
Yeah.
And it was like, I don't know, man. Just like you, I'm a bit speechless right now. It's just way too dominant. Just like Onyx and MPL Indonesia, just running through everybody.
Yeah, that was just not even running through. That was ramming through the players of GK Esports. Twisted Minds, they have secured themselves deservingly an MSC slot later on in Riyadh, and probably July and August later on, because they will play in the middle of the summer, you know, where the heat comes in. But yeah, that is the first game, or the first match rather, of today. I expected it to be like a 3-game, match, but it feels like GK Esports, they were losing their identity. They didn't really know what to really kind of play through. That Yuzhong first pick was so questionable. Was so, it was not the best thing that you could first pick. But yeah, Here are the few highlights that happened in the second game of the first match, where you could see this Julian pick as well. Chefin could not even deliver.
Yep. Let's just look at this. Sanji just bobbing and weaving. This is probably the best part, though. You can get away with a little bit of HP. And also the fact that Matilda is there kind of enhanced the durability from the Arlet. It's already durable in the first place with the Vengeance and also the Spell Fams coming in from that Arlet. But when you combine that with the healing and the shields coming in from Troll, you're just pretty much unkillable. Yes, you get killed in some parts of the game, but the retaliation right away, securing 2 kills very, very fast, because you have Harry that's already snowballed in this part of the game. 11 minutes is all it takes for them to dominate in this game. And even in the first game, it was like, how many minutes was it realized? 10 minutes? So a combined 21 minutes for securing an upper bracket series. As we take a look at the stats, please do not look at Costa Rica's stat, because like you're gonna be spooked, man. You're seeing a ghost.
Oh no, that is way too hard for GK Esports to deal with. I mean, the only item that he completed was the Athena shield.
Oh man,
Kevin, that was such a difficult pill to swallow. And Mark was trying to get his BOD, the Blade of Despair, for the Nolan. But yeah, it was so hard for GK Esports to just climb back to the game. Twisted Minds, though, with such a very nice score, you can get 21. That's like most of the kills in the game. And here are the stat leaders. The damage dealer for GK Esports, of course, the Nolan, in the hands of Mark. He was getting the kills with the Fracture, the damage as well with the Gauge and the Expansion. But again, it's not enough, because Twisted Minds,
oh man,
have an Arlet that is such a hard target, so sly, so sleek with the movement. You can't do much as a Nolan, because the Nolan can't even have a lockdown. That's the question. That's the problem. They don't have lockdown that is enough. The Numenon Blast sure is there, but again, it's so telegraphed that the players of Twisted Minds can just easily dodge away. When you have a Kaja, for example, with the Divine Judgment, it's easy. You could just click it and you pull one back towards you. But the Numenon Blast, I feel like, is not enough as a single or like as a self-standing CC. It's just not good enough.
Yeah, for sure. It's a really weird pick, at least for me, especially in the very first phase of the draft. You bring out a Lolita. I feel like you have to save that in the second phase if you do kind of weigh the options. Should I pick the Lolita or not? Because I feel like there's much better options there to explore, especially when you're up against a Harith and also Matilda, which has a lot of shields and also a lot of healing. You have to be able to secure a hero with more reliable CC. Maybe if you want to go big, you should go for something along the lines of Tigreal or something like that. If you want to combine it with a burst damage as well, I feel like that would be better. Yes, it is risky, but at that point, you're already taking that risk because you're already letting go of the Harith and also Matilda. And yeah, as you said, realize that Numenon Blast just doesn't work at all. Even multiple times in that game, there was times where the Numenon Blast connects onto 4 people. But as I said earlier, yes, it doesn't need to be charged, but the stun also scales with the time of your charging. So if you just cast it right away, then there's really not much stun that you bring to your team, and there's really not much follow-up as well, because you're already down by like 10k gold lead at that point. It's a valiant effort, but you have to be better next time. And what GK Esports needs to do right now is to reset, because right now they have to be able to play right away against Team Falcons to be able to secure that grand finals slot. Just treat this match as like, just don't remember it at all. Just pretend that you're amnesiac or something like that. Because it doesn't really matter if you get dominated in 2 games. Like, it's just an L. Different way to take it. There's a lot of ways to take an L, but at the end of the day, the result is still an L, so it doesn't really matter. Don't think too much about it. The best way to do, or like the best thing to do right now, is to reset and try your best against Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to look at it. A new perspective from Chefin as well.
I'm serious,
forget about the loss. Forget about the loss and just carry on. That's true. I mean, I couldn't agree more, because if they let this loss get into their heads and get, carried with it to the next game, I feel like that will just bother them, especially against Falcons, one of the strongest teams as well, alongside Twisted Minds. They're also the favorites to go to the grand finals to get their slot towards MSC. But the question is, will GK Esports be able to weather the storm, weather that, that very, very scary part of the lower bracket, which lower brackets are very grueling. But of course, we want to hear from the winners of that match from Twisted Minds, so we will toss it to an interview upstage with the host.
0 بالبلاي اوفز، وهلا انتم اكدتوا تواجدكم برضه بنهائيات الام بي ال مينا سيزون 5. سانجي، شعورك بعد الانتصار وتواجدكم بالنهائيات وكاس العالم؟
بخصوص شعورنا خاصة في الام بي ال مينا، صراحة متوقعين فوزه في الام بي ال مينا، لكن خطوته الأولى راح تبدأ في الام اس سي إن شاء الله.
باذن الله يا رب. وهلا طيب ترول، سانجي، انتم الاثنين يعني تعتبروا من الابطال للموسم السابق برضه لا ام بي ال في سيزون 4، فكيف حتضلكم مدافعين على لقبكم في هذا الموسم، او خلينا نقول لا بطولات ام بي ال؟ لا 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 لا, لا. ترول، عندك السؤال حبيبي. كيف حتقدروا تدافعوا على تواجدكم، وخلينا نقول تحديد او انه تحصلوا اللقب بنهائيات بكره باذن الله؟
بالتدريب
يا حبيبي. الشباب ما عم برحموا على فكره، انه التصريحات اللي عم بسمعها من عند فريق تويستد مايندز برجع بقول نعطيهم الكاس شكله، بس لا، لازم نستنى لبكره. طب سانجي، اخر سؤال، مين بتفضل تنافس في النهائيات، تيم فالكونز ولا تيم جي كي؟
يعني الصراحة على بخصوص مستواهم اللي شفناه ما راح يفرق لا جي كي ولا الفالكون، يعني 2-0 ما فرقت.
يعني يا جماعه زي ما انتم سامعين، تويستد مايندز ما بتفرق معاهم، هدفهم التركيز على الام اس سي، لانه الام بي ال شكلها خلصانه. طيب شباب، سانجي، ترول، الف مبروك على تواجدكم وتاهلكم للبطوله العالميه. وصراحه انا بدي اسمع كلام الاستوديو التحليلي بعد التصريح اللي سمعناه من تويستد مايندز. شباب اعطوني رايكم، لانه تويستد جايين للكاس وجايين ليدمروا الدنيا بنهائيات وتصفيات دوري محترفين مواجهه الابطال. بنرجع للاستوديو وبناخذ رايهم بعد المقابله. تفضل معنا مع يونس، ياسو ودون بيج.
And there you go with the interview. The winners of that game, Twisted Minds. What a dominant showing that was from the players of Twisted Minds. And I couldn't appreciate more their creativity and their prowess on playing with that creativity. The first game they picked up that Odette. We were not we, but me, but I was kind of like doubting that Odette pick, and Chefin was like, nah, it's good. That Odette pick will be good enough. It doesn't even need peel, and it did not need peel. In the second game, it was just another level of like, prowess showcase. It was just so insane how they dominated and just rummaged towards the players of GK Esports.
Yeah, for sure. It's an insane showing from Twisted Minds, as I feel like they are going to be the favorites to actually get the crown of the champion of MPL MENA Playoffs Season 5, become the #1 representative of MENA region in MSC 2024. And I feel like it's going to be a really tough test for these two teams that's fighting it out in the lower bracket to be able to secure even a game, to be honest, against Twisted Minds, because I feel like those two games just really convinced me that this team is the S-tier team of the MENA region, because it's night and day, man. 21 minutes? Are you kidding me? This is the playoffs. This is the match that decides who goes to MSC first, and you're losing in 21 minutes. I feel like that's, I'm sorry, but borderline unacceptable. You have to be better than that. No matter what draft you have, you still have...
Yeah. I love Chefin's kind of like bold takes and bold statements on that, but we'll get to him later on, because later, a few moments from now, we'll have an interview with the MENA casters on the stage, but we're still waiting for that. But yeah, that is such a bold take from Chefin, which is true, because that was such a dominating game coming in from Twisted Minds. 21 kills against like 2 kills. And the first game, they surprised us with the Odette pick, and just trying to be able to style against the players of GK Esports. It was just so insane. The fact that they were able to get such clean wins as well, without any fight back It was just so insane. I love Chefin's bluntness. I love your bluntness, Chefin. But
sometimes you just gotta be honest,
do
man.
you think GK will come back?
Well, I'm rooting for GK, so I hope so.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting to see later on the lower bracket finals, because it is going to be GK Esports against Falcons Esports. Twisted Minds just breezed their way past Falcons Esports because they also won a 10-minute game against Falcons Esports in their first encounter. But I feel like we are going to have an interview with the MENA casters. Ooh,
Yes,
hello,
can you
Yasu.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm
Can
doing
you hear
great.
us?
How are you guys doing? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good.
Alhamdulillah, ana bikhair.
Oh.
All right, that was an Arabic phrase. I didn't know that you can speak Arabic, Shafan.
Well, a little bit. I learned it here and there, but not so much, to be honest.
Okay, so welcome guys in here on the MPL MENA desk, and also I think that we also need to say hello to everyone who's watching the Indonesian rebroadcast, and we want to say in MPL MENA, the top 1 team, you guys just finished casting the previous game, but I want to take you back to yesterday games. In the previous day, we had R8 Esports, which were the top 1 team during the whole regular season. And I think this is the same scenario that you guys faced in MPL ID, right? I think that Bigatron or like BTR were the top 1 team during the whole season, but when it came to the first day, they also left. So how did you guys receive such thing, and also how did the community receive such thing?
Chefin?
Oh, it's for me. Oh, well, for me, I'm more of the spectator here, so I don't really feel sad or maybe happy about it. But I am happy the fact that Geekfam were able to stomp Bigatron 3-0. I'm sorry, I'm very blunt here, but yeah. Overall, it's very, very surprising to see these kind of teams that's dominated in the regular season, in like incredible fashion, just crumbled in the playoffs. And I feel like Mirko said this the best. They kind of lost their vision. They kind of lost the fact that they are the number 1 seed in the standings, and they should play like one.
Well, speaking of Mirko, I think that I was a guest in MPL ID, and you were the host, Chefin, but I want to like have both your guys' opinions. Do you guys believe in Mirkers?
It's like it's the most real thing that has ever happened. I mean, have you ever seen a guy supporting his team, rooting it, becoming the first seed of regular season, and then just crashing and burning in the playoffs? That could have been much real, right? That's the realest thing that has ever happened in the face of the planet. So yeah, Mirkers is real, definitely real. It's the realest thing ever in this world.
And for you, Chefin, do you believe in it?
Well, I feel like I have a different opinion here. It's a very convenient thing, man. If he actually predicted it, it's a mere bless. Then if he's wrong, it's a mere curse. So I don't want to speak on it, but it's a good kind of running joke here in MPL Indonesia. It does bring out a lot of funny moments as well, and I'm happy that he actually brought it out or maybe created it.
So basically, he's never wrong. It's either a bless or a curse, but he's never wrong.
Nah, he's never wrong. Mirko is always right.
Well, I think that it was my mistake introducing R8 Esports to Mirko, because I told him stay away from R8, but yet R8 left us from the first day. Well, speaking of the games that we just had today, and like the first game between Twisted Minds and GK Esports was a dominant game between both these teams for the favor of Team Twisted Minds. But for Twisted Minds, do you guys think, because now they will compete in the MSC, do you guys think that they can do something against the whole world, not just Indonesia?
I feel like with their creativity, they could pull off something surprising. That Odette pick, I don't know, we haven't really seen that much of it in MPL ID, but the way they played against it, without having to peel for the Odette was just standing alone. That is some sort of an insane play, I'd say as well. But, that creativity is something that is always going to be surprising, because most of the teams from the other parts of the world, they're always going to stick with the meta. They're always going to stick to protocols, to sequences that is textbook sometimes, but teams like Twisted Minds from, let's say, smaller regions, they are more creative, they're more innovative, and I feel like that could be the trump card later on, facing the major regions or the other parts of the world or the teams competing in MSC. So I think, it's going to be very interesting to see Twisted Minds play in MSC later on.
Well, speaking of the MSC, who do you guys think will be our second team? GK Esports or Falcons?
Jeffin.
Well, I'm not gonna speak on what I think, but what I want is GK Esports representing MENA in this MPL playoff season 5 because they have Geek in their name.
Bro, what?
Okay. So if it wasn't Geek, it's GK. That's the trend now.
For sure. Go GK.
All right. Thank you so much, guys, for being here in MENA, and thank you so much for being here with us. It has been an honor, it has been a pleasure, and also a joyful interview. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Yasu. Yeah, Yasu. Wow. Man, I miss Yasu, man. I first met him when I was a spectator at M5. I was there, and I was, just talking to him in the backstage. He's a very nice guy, and can't believe I'm interviewed by Yasu. Wow. And Chevin, why GK, bro? Just because they have the geek in their name? What?
Well, also the fact that I watched them in the first day and they dominated against R8 Esports. It was like a miracle indeed, because the composition that they brought in that game, the second game of Twisted Minds, were very similar in the first game of R8 Esports versus GK, and they actually pulled it off against the #1 seed in the standings, but they didn't just manage to replicate it in the second game, unfortunately. I just like the aggressiveness and the fact that they are willing to go above and beyond on this killing threat, on this ganking, on this burst damage potential. The Nolan and the Julian, you don't really see that very often, or you don't see that at all in any region out there. So it's a new flavor of MENA.
Yeah, that is a signature of MENA. But the next thing that we are going to feast our eyes upon is the elimination match. Who will proceed to MSC and the grand finals, and who will go home back to their own homes? We'll see it after this. Falcons Esports against GK Esports right after the break.
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるが、そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるが、そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
I didn't cure the pain. I harnessed it.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs, where we will be moving on to the second match of today, GK Esports against Falcons Esports, which we saw GK Esports being knocked down to the lower bracket finals by Twisted Minds, none other. And they themselves have secured an MSC spot. Meanwhile, GK Esports needs to fight back. Still with me, Realize and Chefin on the desk today.
And this is going to be a very tricky situation for GK Esports. They've just played 2 games in a row, and I don't know if that's going to take a toll on them, especially the way they lose in that match. It was very convincing beat down by Twisted Minds. I hope it's not going to affect them in the later stages of the game and also in the lower bracket finals. But in terms of like the fatigue, do you think in any way that affects the way they're gonna play in the second game, or will they be able to kind of benefit it from the fact that they've already warmed up with 2 games in their hands?
Chefin, I kind of want to take this opinion like how you would usually put it. They won't be fatigued because those were like 20 minutes, 2 games, 2 games in 20 minutes. There's no fatigue in that, you know. So I don't think they'll be that exhausted, I feel like, they'll be prepared. They won't be that tired. Guys, Chefin taught me how to do this, okay? This is not me speaking to myself. My bad. Jokes aside, though, I don't think that the fatigue is there yet because they weren't really pitted in a situation where they had to think that much to be, pressured mentally. Yes, they got stomped upon, but like how you said, Chefin, just forget about it. Move on to the next game. And the fact that the game was ending in like 11 minutes, both games, kind of gives themselves a leeway in a sense. You know what I mean? Like, just much more time to chill and relax after that quick game. So, mentally, fatigue-wise, I don't think it is there yet.
Yeah, speaking about game time, realize Team Falcons actually averaged the most game time out of all the team in MPL MENA season 5 so far, with an average of 18 minutes and 4 seconds. So that might be something that we need to watch out for. They want to play it in the late game and build up a composition maybe with those heroes like Natan or maybe Moskov that can carry you in the late game with those items and also damage and a lot of utility that they provide in terms of like the long lanes and all this stuff. But yeah, this is going to be a very interesting match indeed. Falcons against GK Esports, a battle to decide who's going to be eliminated from the contention of MSC 2024 and MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs, and also who's going to represent the second representative of the MENA region is going to be decided today.
Yeah, today is the day of judgment and decisions because, of course, GK Esports have, come so far to stop now. I mean, R8 had to go through that bitter stage of sadness and sorrow, just being the first seed of MPL MENA in regular season and then going to playoffs, cosplaying Bigatron Alpha in MPL ID, just crushing and burning in the playoffs before they were able to get their hands towards the upper bracket finals. So yeah, I think for GK Esports, they're in a much better place. I mean, the grass is always greener on the other side for GK Esports this time. Yes, you got stomped upon, but still, you have 5 games now. Not trying to condone them to create mistakes, to do unfair errors, but in a 5-game match, I feel like you can have that much more of a freedom, much more of a leeway to create errors. But in a best of 3, it is unforgiving. Once you make a mistake, you're done. And for a best of 5, I feel like there's still time to evaluate what went wrong in the drafts, what went wrong in the gameplay. And in a best of 5, yes, it will be draining. It will be physically tiring. It will be mentally draining. And the fatigue might kick in the second or third game, but it is how their mental resilience shown. Now, you talked about the statistic of Falcon Esports playing the most game time out of all the teams in MPL MENA Season 5. That could be the trump card as well for Falcon Esports because they're accustomed, they're used to these types of situations where they have to play a lot of games, long duration games, and I feel like with that average game time of 18 minutes, they are going to treat this as a walk in the park.
Yeah, especially the fact that GK Esports, in the previous game, they faced off against the second jungler in MPL MENA region to secure the most objectives in regular season. But right now, they faced off against the number 1 in that statistics, which is Kenji. 54 total secured and also a 39 lords secured. Mind you, that second place was 28 lords, so that's like 11 lords disparity, a huge difference in numbers there. So maybe the same story will be unfolding here in the second match of the day. Best of 5, as you said, realize. I feel like, yeah, I agree that you can make mistakes, but at the end of the day, you just want to, get all the right things done and not play around, not experimenting at all in this kind of situation. But maybe if you do, only do it like in the first or second game, just try to set tone or like see what works and see what doesn't work and go from there and try to build a formula out of that.
Team Falcons, they have so far, I'm trying to count the games that they have been playing. Excuse me. The Team Falcons, they have been playing a total of 3 games, and this game will be their 4th game. So yeah, so far they have been playing a lot of games, and in those games they have been playing with a draft that is, kind of like comprising of a lot of variations of heroes, but they really love the Yuzong in the hands of their XP laner. And I feel like that Yuzong could be the key to victory for Team Falcons. But talking about Yuzong for GK Esports, that's kind of like a nightmare for them. So I feel like either they contest it or they ban it out. You know, if their XP laner is kind of like confident in playing the Yuzong, yeah, just start to contest it. But for Team Falcons, I feel like you kind of want to ban out the Yuzong against that. But, you know, Team Falcons, they have been able to take down the first seed of the regular season, which was R8 Esports in the lower bracket semifinals, in convincing fashion on others. So Team Falcons, they are well prepared. But don't forget as well, GK Esports was the one who knocked down R8 Esports to the lower bracket semifinal. So these two teams, I feel like they are equally as strong, if not even kind of like stronger than the other.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm kind of expecting the series to go all the way here to the fifth game. But as you said, Realize, I actually don't really agree with you with the fact that they should ban the Yuzong. I think with the way that it unfolded in the first match earlier, the Yuzong was can be pretty much a non-factor in a game. No matter how good you are on a Yuzong, you can still be beaten down with those precision of the gankings, and also just micro display on that Arlot from Sanji might be replicated in the second match that's gonna come. So yeah, for GK Esports, I would probably advise them to kind of weigh down like the priorities of the heroes, because they let go of the Harith, they let go of the Mathilda 2 times, which is pretty much one of the winning formula of Twisted Minds, and they're not really respecting it enough. Meanwhile, on the other side of the court, they're picking Yuzong as a first pick. You have to realize that this is really not a hero that's worthy of a first pick. There's still a lot of heroes that can counter that. Yes, the Paquito is gone, but overall, it's not really a hero that can carry you in the early game. There's still a lot of solution that can be offered when you're up against a Yuzong. Maybe go pick something along the lines of Lapu Lapu, because when you're trying to trade that ultimate, that Bravest Fighter with the Black Dragon form, you're gonna win out the trade because you have a better cooldown on your ultimate if you are a Lapu Lapu. Or even go with the Arlet just like Sanji, you can still micro it out and win it out in the lane.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, sure, the Yuzong is a non-factor, but the fact that, you know, GK Esports were very, very adamant on playing this Yuzong kind of like gives me some sort of a signal that they really want to play through this Yuzong. But yeah, again, it won't really change the game like how, you know, XP laners like Paquito, like Lapu Lapu, like other heroes could do, because this Yuzong usually would just, you know, have the task of just rattling through the backline with the Black Dragon form, jumping in and jumping out. But again, this Yuzong, yeah, I think it's not really worthy of a ban, but it's not also worthy of a first pick. So they kind of have to scale down their priorities. And for GK Esports, I feel like that has been the problem. And also letting away strong heroes, either meta or either, you know, pocket picks, you know, comfort picks for certain, you know, players, like how they let go the Harith, and then they were not so much respective of the Barat and the Mathilda combo. I feel like they have to be able to tone down and kind of like secure what is the main problem there is, you know, addressing the main elephant in the room. You know, that could be the most important part where GK Esports have to sort out. But for Falcons, or for Team Falcons, I feel like they have had a solid foundation, but they just eventually lost to the grand finalists, which was Twisted Minds. But for them and their campaign in the lower bracket, that kind of just forges them into a team that's stronger, because they have been playing the most games. They have been accustomed to the situations where their backs are against the wall, losing a game, you know, in the threat of elimination as well. Mind you, this is an elimination match. The winner goes to the grand finals and get their hands on that MSC slot. Meanwhile, the loser will be the ones being eliminated and just going back home. So that adds an extra pressure. But again, like how I mentioned in the first, you know, few minutes of the opening, this is a best of 5. So you can afford to make mistakes, but it's best for you to not make mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. I think so far in terms of the draft, Team Falcons is a more colorful team, it's a more flexible team in terms of their approach, because they've picked heroes that can respond like a Minotaur, heroes that can engage like a Chipmin, while on the other side of the court is Kike that went guns blazing in every game possible using those engaged type of roamer. And I feel like if you want to play that, then just do it the proper way. Pick those Edith, don't pick the Lolita. Yes, Lolita has some engaged potential, but it's not as good as Edith. For example, like a Kaja, just play through your strength because this is no time to play around. But yeah, the Julian might be a threat there, might be worthy of a ban in the second phase, but I don't think Team Falcons should be respecting it enough to ban it in the first phase. But we talk about Julian Realize, so this is the perfect time to shout out the JJK skins. The JJK event still going on. Fun fact, I actually got Megumi Fushiguro skin from the free token skins that I got. Do you believe it? Because Connie didn't. No,
you
seriously.
actually got you got the previous Megumi skin?
Yeah, previous event, 0.02% chance I actually hit that.
Bro,
so maybe if you're gonna try your luck,
so unfair.
Yeah, I was like, are you serious? Like, is this actually real? I thought it's gonna be like a trial card or something, and I checked my skin collection. It's like, wow, this is a surprise. Then I'm not complaining, but I'm just dumbfounded. Like, is this actually possible?
Yeah, I really want to get my hands on the Jujutsu Kaisen skins. I mean, I haven't, as a player in Mobile Legends, I don't really have that much of a hero pool. I'd say I'm mostly a marksman main. When I have to play jungler, I mostly play Nolan and Amon maybe. Shout out Amwawa for Amon mains out there. But for the gold lane, you have the Melissa skin with the Nobara Kugisaki, who is one of the strongest characters there is in JJK or Jujutsu Kaisen. But I really want to get my hands on the Goju Satoru skin. But then again, number one, I don't really play Savior, and number two, Goju Satoru is... I might have spoilered. I might have given a spoiler. My bad, guys. My bad, guys.
Oh, no. Okay,
I've given a spoiler. Late at night.
You should not have done that. But yeah, it's another spoiler for JJK out there. If you wanna actually have watched one episode of JJK, my favorite part is when Sukuna said to Yuji Itadori, he said like, "Bro, you are my Jujutsu Kaisen."
Wow, that's kind of romantic, It's kind of romantic.
Yeah. Maybe I'm watching it on the wrong website. It was pretty sketchy, to be honest. Tons of ads here and there.
Okay.
Is that not the right JK?
I think you're in the wrong website.
Okay.
You might be in the wrong website, Chefin, but we're not in the wrong call because now we are going to the drafting phase. And back to the game. Talking about Julian, I'm actually very curious on how far the Julian can go. The Julian Nolan, especially, that they picked in the second game, that did not really go that far because they were so shut down. I'm so interested to see how Team GK can utilize this Julian, and I just want to see it picked again. Please pick it.
And just like Megumi Fushiguro in the anime, always try to be serious right from the get-go. Like if you're getting, just bullied a bit, just verbally abused, just say, with this treasure I summon and bring out the big boy.
What are you going at? What are you going at with
Wait,
this?
Are you not understanding what I'm saying? Or am I watching the wrong show again?
You're watching the wrong show again. I
don't think so. I'm actually talking serious. Is it not the way he actually fight?
He fights with a calm manner, but when he is angry, when he pops his domain expansion, do you know what a domain expansion is?
Yeah, I love expanding my domain.
Yo, what? It's getting late, guys, here in Indonesia, so we're sorry for that. Yeah. So domain expansion is basically an ultimate that they have. It traps their enemies in a domain, in a dungeon, you'd say.
Yep.
And for Megumi, when he pops up his domain expansion, he becomes a maniac. He becomes someone that is so crazy. Usually he's supposed to be so calm, so collected, so silent. But yeah, that's a bit of a lore for Jujutsu Kaisen. Kind of revealing myself as a weeb here. My bad, guys.
It's alright. We're all a weep in our hearts. We just haven't discovered yet. So stay away from anime, guys. Not just kidding.
What?
No. Yeah, it's really late here in Indonesia. I'm just making jokes here and there just to try to humor myself and possibly hype you guys up in some way, I guess, if that works actually, with this match, GK versus Falcons. Yeah.
It works. Thank you so much, Chefin, for the late night comedy show. But yeah, we'll get back to the drafting phase now. I kind of want to see, again, I've stated it before, the Julian pick, but I don't really see the harmony. I don't really see the synergy when you pick it up with a Nolan. Sure, you get the CC from the chain, but you have to time it perfectly with the Nolan fracture to get the AoE pop-up. But then again, these two heroes are heroes you would expect to fill in the jungle role. And when they come together, it feels like they both clash with each other. They both need the resources to keep on going. And I feel like, yeah, it's just crushing the role. So I kind of want to see what happens in the drafting phase.
Okay.
Wait, who is he supporting?
Yeah, lady, come on now. You can't be supporting both at the same time. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Realize. But if you haven't watched the game where they actually played Julian and Nolan together and actually worked, like, you just have to see it, man. And I don't know if I'm just yapping right now, but I saw some kind of rotation that they usually do as a Julian and a Nolan in the before the turtle fights begin. Because Julian, when you're level 3, you're already unlocked all of your skills, right? You're already very much a threat, a kill threat with the burst damage. Even without an item, you can combo it with a Nolan. And usually what they do is try to own the bush in near the either bot lane or top lane near the turtle and try to intercept the jungler of the opposing side, and that gives you a lot of room to pretty much get the turtle without any contest whatsoever. And they haven't been able to replicate it in that 2 matches or 2 games earlier, because I feel like Twisted Minds, they read it out, actually sent an Akai on that bush, and also a lot of bailout potential on the Guiding Wind and also the shields from Troll with the Matilda. And now, right away, we're seeing a very different ban from the other regions out there. A Benedetta first ban and also a Terizla. So 2 EXP lane ban right away. Interesting.
Wow. The Benedetta, I feel like, is a target ban towards a Ding. They're the SDXP laner. But now, Terizla is well taken out of the fray with Luoyi. Luoyi, mind you, has been a very prio pick for teams in MPL ID specifically. And MPL PH, I have also seen a few teams pick it up in the playoffs. But now for MPL MENA Season 5, they have been respecting this pick as well quite a few times. So yeah, I feel like this Luoyi does have the pressure where number 1, it has some sort of CC. Number 2, it's so good as a poke mage. And number 3, you have the mobility where you can mass transport most of your teams to do either pickoffs, gangs, and skirmishes. So that is one of the strongest parts of Luoyi, especially when you have that power that you kind of like unlock with a team fighting comp. But the last 2 bans to conclude the first phase is the Valentina and the Chip. Chip and Luoyi both can be very scary, but the Angela now, they let go of it.
Yep, but on the other side of the ball, Falcons, they have the option to choose a Fire Mist and also Moskov, considering the fact that Valentina has already been banned and that Netherrealm will not be able to be stolen by that Valentina with the IMU. That is an option, but we will see if that's going to be the case here. I do think this... wait, is this the first Angela in this playoffs? Because it has been banned very, very often, almost in every matches, or maybe every matches so far in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Might be.
It's interesting to see. I mean, this Angela does give you 2 things. Number 1, it gives you global presence, and number 2, it gives you side lane pressure as well. We have seen a few Angela either roam or mid, they just kind of like play split from their team, away from their team, and just try to clear out the waves up top, down bottom, just making a segue play happen. And then when the fight breaks out, you just TP into the hard guard. And two picks coming in from Falcons are the Baxia and the Edith. Now the Edith, Chefin, is something that you actually highlighted.
Yeah, I like this. You know, Team GK actually didn't really play their usual game of that pick-off composition. Now, this is, if you're in any other region out there, this Angela and Harith is pretty much guarantees you a victory because there's so much utility and damage that's going to be brought in the game, combined with the Barats. This is already a lethal 3-man combo for DK Esports, but I like what Team Falcons is doing right now. The fact that they picked out a Baxia, just kind of anticipating the Harith and also the Barats, because obviously the built-in anti-healing from that ultimate that Barats Baxia brings is going to be very lethal on the hands of Kenji. And also, this guy secured the most objectives so far in the regular season of MPL MENA. Season 5, oh man, I'm starting to like this more and more. The composition of Team Falcons, I feel like they're really synergizing really well, especially the Edith. You can pretty much punish all the frontliners, either it's Barats or Angela, doesn't matter. You have a Nitan to burst down the frontliner, and also you have the Baxia with the utility, with the anti-healing. So they are already set up for a really good counter draft here against GK Esports.
Yeah, this composition kind of rounds up to protect Mr. President again, where the Nitan will be just left to his own devices, excel, and try to scale up towards late game. And then that is where the Nitan will just activate his scaling mode. Late game Nitan is something that you don't really want to face, but the Harith still in the hands of GK Esports. Now the second phase of bans coming in, the Ling taken out, the Navaria as well taken out. Two strong heroes just taken out of the fray, and the Nolan respecting the fact that Mark was playing it in the previous game and in a few games that he has been in, and he actually played a decent game of Nolan.
Yeah, he's been incredible on the Nolan, and they actually didn't trust this Baxia to be brought out in the jungle. Yes, it is a flex pick as of now, and at the time, Nolan actually synergizes well with the Harith in a way that Harith has a TPS, he offers magic damage, and you still need those physical damage to be able to be effective for your team, so that Harith can kind of burst down some of the frontliners that Team Falcons has, because they have to put some emphasis on the physical defense compared to if there is only a Harith on your team. And also another ban here coming in from DK Esports is going to be that Paquito from Ding. And Ding, not gonna lie, so far in the playoffs, I think he has been one of the best performers, especially on that Benedetta, which is why they actually batted out the first phase, and he's gonna use possibly an Arlid. And not gonna lie, for Team Falcons, if they wanna use some kind of pseudo mid laner or in Florin, I'm not gonna be mad. They have enough damage to fight in this with this composition. You have enough magic damage. Nitan is pretty much deals true damage if he's already full item. And if you wanna keep the Nitan safe, it's either through healing or peeling. And right now, they have the opportunity to do so. But that might be a bit too far-fetched at this point. Oof. Oh my god.
This Faramis. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up the Florin like you said, because they have peel, now they just need heal. And the Faramis just adds kind of like just rubbing salt to the wound, I feel like. Because this Harith will be so protected. You have two healers, you have two shields, you have a strong front line with the Yuzong and the Barats. Now Falcons, what will they pick up in the last pick for them? They are left now with a mid laner, with a mage, or something else they want to play the mid lane. Maybe, a very strong mage that could just cut down to the lines of GK, but they will pick up the Vixana and 0% pick rate so far in MPL MENA Season 5.
I don't think that's the right stat, to be honest. I don't know about that, but
Maybe
playoffs. Okay.
Yeah, playoffs.
I think the playoffs we already seen a Vixana game, but yeah, it's a bit more standard approach to this composition. It does offer a little bit of appeal for the Natan with that Eternal Guard. We've seen time to time again, this Eternal Guard is very, very lethal in terms of like setting up a play and also pretty much negating all the engages and invades and dives from the opposing team. And when you don't have that, oh no, they do have it. They have a Yuzhong. They can pretty much go into the backline. So this is a problem for Team Falcons, but I expect them to kind of solve it. I think this game is gonna be a really good Yuzhong game if they play it the right way.
Yeah, this could be the perfect Yuzhong game because now the Harith will also be protected like how the Natan will be protected. But for both teams, it is interesting to see their draft just rounding up like this. And for Team GK, I feel like I favor their draft a little bit more. They have so much flexibility, so much power to just protect this Harith because the win con is of course this Harith. And then you have so much layers upon that Harith to just protect it. But for Team Falcons, I mean, like, they still have to eat it. They still have the Baxia to work with. And the Natan will be pinned upon the hopes of Team Falcons because they will be banking on this Natan big time.
Yeah, and usually when you see an Angela slash a Mathilda combined with a Faramis, it's pretty much a death sentence for the opposing team. This is the winning formula that a lot of team has been brought up. In fact, I think it's still at a 100% win rate in MPL Indonesia. There's this 2 combo. So let's see though if this Cutter Draft will be able to actually win out against KK.
Yep. Game number 1 in the second match of the lower bracket final of MPL MENA Season 5. Who will go home and who will advance towards Riyadh and the grand finals? GK Esports against Team Falcons. Now underway. The Land of Dawn we go, and as you can see, movements coming in from the players of Team Falcons. They're just trying to rile up, trying to close down the gaps of the players of GK Esports. I mean, the standard start, the Angela or Shen will be shadowing the mid laner, and they will kind of invest much more prio towards this Faramis, just trying to push out the lanes, and later on, this Harith will just be left alone with his own devices, trying to clear up the waves and just farm as much as possible.
Oh, this is an interesting spell that Lark brings here. A Flicker instead of a Purify against a Yuzhong. That could be a trouble in the next minutes to come. I do agree that outside of the Yuzhong, there's really not much of a threat in terms of a like CC towards the Natan, but I feel like at this point of the game, you don't only have a healer that can pretty much bail you out or like give you a little bit of HP to work with, and Purify might be the best way to approach this one. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane though, there might be a punish here coming in from Kenji, but then as Welcome will be able to connect on towards Kenji. Punch down, and getting bursted down is going to be the Angela Shen, the first victim of the match.
Oof. First blood coming in towards Ding. One of the best performing XP laners so far in MPL MENA Season 5. And with Arlet as well, trying to just steamroll towards success. This could spell trouble for GK Esports. And Akoba don't need to just, don't need to be wary of, don't need to worry so much about what's going to happen in the next few minutes. Just scale up as a Harith. You're going to win the lane against Natan as well. So it's all going to be fine and dandy. And Turtle now being taken by the players of GK Esports. Kenji is there though to try to contest this Turtle. And this could be the next big fight. Ding already has his final slash, the ultimate that could change the game, but there comes the Black Dragon form. Total reset for both teams, and they're just trying to rattle up this damage. Costa Rica caught in the middle of the pack of Team Falcons. The final slash connects, and the Eternal Guard as well connecting. The Turtle goes to the hands of Team Falcons, and GK Esports, they leave empty-handed in that skirmish.
Look at the patience though, and the decision making from Team Falcons. They knew that once the turtle is resetted, they're pretty much set for a non-factor U-jump because the Black Dragon form is being popped in way too early, but it's not really the U-jump fault either. The fact that it's resetted is already bad enough for GK Esports, and Team Falcons just waiting out on that 50-50 just adds more salt to the wound for GK Esports, and right now it's 1.5k gold lead. Costa Rica, he has to be a bit more careful next time. Maybe back off if you can't really win out on those 1v4s.
Yeah. And now Team Falcons, they just try to slow down the tempo and not try to move hastily because they know if they're winning in the mid game, if they're winning in the early game, that's a good thing. But when it comes to the late game, they have that insurance in the hands of Lark with an Atan. But now a fight breaks up. The Eternal Guard popped up as well, and the knock-up is there. The Tilna's Welcome will lock the players in place. But Kenji gets the kill towards Mark, and now they just scramble to the Lord Pit. And again, Team Falcons just getting that kill. Mark with the Netherrealm, with the Daytona's Welcome, still being the victim, with that much of ultimate being expended by Team GK Esports.
Oh, there might be a sandwich incoming here. Kenji rolling, but they're gonna be hating right now. The stun connects on towards Koba, but the Purifier is there. Black Dragon Foam coming in with the Petrify ready, as well as Costa Rica going into the Eternal, but gets Eternal Guarded, knocked up in the air.
Oh, Lark
being punished. Zap though, still taking some damage there, poking some of the members of Team Falcons down, but it's gonna be a 1v1 trade. Meanwhile though, Mark is not gonna stay silent. He's gonna try to get this turtle for their team. Koba and this Angela Shen, very, very annoying. Oh no,
Lark has even... I was about to say that Lark has completed his Feather of Heaven, but there goes Kenji as the thief in the night for Team Falcons. He secures the turtle while just rolling around, spreading his retribution. And Team Falcons, they add insult to injury. GK Esports, what is worse than an Atan let go? An Atan getting first kill in such an early condition. And now 5 minutes just going to roll between our eyes, and Falcon Esports so far with a great start to tone down the pick of this Harith. With this Harith pick rather. Completed Starlium's Kite, and for Ding and both Kenji already with their items as well, the Brute Force and the Hunter Sight, but now the Hunter Strike, but now Falcon Esports, they will try to maneuver, just trying to threaten Koba up top, but here comes another fight. The hard guard towards the Black Dragon form, perfect Petrify. But where's the follow-up? There is no follow-up because Daytona's Welcome is perfect. Lark gets taken down. That's a very important kill, and Koba will lead the charge forward. The Zaman Force is enough to take down the players of Falcon Esports. Ding coming in with the Vengeance Strike. It is enough, but no, it is not, because Koba will fight back. The Vengeance brings him to his death, and GK Esports, they fight back. This could be the turning point for GK Esports.
Yeah, it might be a counter draft for Team Falcons, but at the end of the day, they have to realize with this composition, their winning condition is much more specific than Team Falcons. Meanwhile, GK Esports can play as safely as possible. They have the healing, they have the shields, and also that Nether Realm that can bail them out of the Meanwhile, Super gonna knock up on towards Koba. It looks like there's not gonna be any clash here. Looking at the item still, Hunter Strike for both EXP laner. This is something that you don't really see in other regions out there. An Arlo that trying to focus on towards the physical damage and the penetration first rather than defensive items. So we can expect Ding to be much more aggressive in the laning phase, or maybe in those 1v1s against Costa Rica.
A total take next on the menu. Kenji still rolling forward, will lead the charge. Entropy popped up. Lark will step forward and blitz forward. The Eternal Guard is there to be the peeling menu for the players of Falcon Esports. There, the Realm is there. Kenji again stealing that turtle for himself, and the players of DK Esports running for the hills. Now Shen next on the chopping block, but he won't be chopped down. There's a flicker expanded, and he will just run away through safety, but not safe enough because Super is behind him, just trying to shadow him.
Yep, not only they win out on that turtle fight, they win out on the clash, and also in the bottom lane, Ding just split pushing as an Arlet. 3-1-1 so far for this guy. The XP laners in this tournament, in this MPL MENA playoffs, has been popping off, man. They've been making plays off cameras here and there, and also being the vital components in a team fight. And now, gold lead is up to a 4K gold lead for Team Falcons. Better once again, but they have to realize that we're playing a bit more carefully here. The nether round will not be popped for Zac. Final slash outward Zac again, and 2 kills will be secured for Team Falcons. Costa Rica will try to run from that one. Super already very low, but they still want more. Kenji will be rolling around trying to find a stun in that turret. Retribution popped for that one card to defend the mid turret. Team Falcons once again win out on the clash.
Oof, again, back and forth game. This time it goes towards the way of Team Falcons, showcasing the strength of this frontline. Super's 0-10 with the assist he has to his name. And Ding just doing work down in the far lanes, down in the side lanes, pressing down on the minions. And in 15 seconds, the Lord will spawn. Again, the next big clash could come here. Koba not seen yet, but he is next, maybe trying to be hunted down by the predators of Falcon Esports, trying to dish out the damage. Genji caught in the middle of the players of DK Esports. Zaman Force popped up, but not enough to get the kill. And Kenji will just flee away, trying to exert pressure. A little taunt towards DK Esports, but that's not going to be the end of it. Because Falcons, they will move towards the Lord, and this could be the next big fight.
Already a difference on the durability of the frontliner of Team Falcons compared to the DK Esports. And while though Ding will final slash on towards Koba, he will force to use the Purify, but gets taken down right away. The Netherrealm is a bit late there, and one more might be secured here by Team Falcons. No, they prefer to try to secure the Lord. As Costa Rica split pushing. Do they want to go for the kill? Do they want to go for the Lord? But right away, the Black Dragon from is already expended. And also the Hard Guard. A bit too early there. And now they have to force out for a fight if they want to get something from these resources. Falcon, now they have all the green light, all resources up or burn from Team DK.
Oof, Lord now down to half HP. The onwards with the knockback, but it's not going to be enough as there goes the final slash. Zac almost getting taken down, but it's going to be Lark again, just putting up kills to his name. Double kill for Lark, and this is the snowball, the death train of the Natan as they secure the Lord for Falcons. It's just going to be Shen and Costa Rica left alone in second tier turret. And good night. Also securing himself that Blood Wings for extra shielding. And Lark is just way too fed. 5 kills for Natan. Costa Rica tries to contest this, but it's just going to be scary. He will let go of this turret. And Falcons, they open up every possible advantage across the map.
Just multiple errors across the board for DK Esports. They knew that they don't have the resources possible to be able to fight for this one. Meanwhile, Ding misses the final slash to turn that guard on towards a 3. Well, meanwhile, Costa Rica in the front line taking all the damage with the Petrify as well. Light's Dragon Form will be used, but the damage is way too much from Lark. He's still free hitting, and also a kill secured from Lark and Ding. Costa Rica will use the rune there, trying to get some vision, trying to siege this one. Kenji rolling around once again. Final slash on towards Shen, and this might be a 2v5. Koba and Costa Rica will be the lone defenders of DK Esports.
Oof, they don't have much choice left. Koba is gonna be taken down. No, the Netherrealm saves him, but it won't save the crystal as it shatters, and Falcons take game number 1. 12 minutes. That is a quick game. Only 1 minute short of the first match we have seen today.
Yeah, and that's not looking good at all for PK Esports because yeah, they've lost 10 minutes, 11 minutes, then 12 minutes. Definitely not the way you want to start in this day 2 of the playoffs of Season 5 in MENA region, but that was like, I don't know, man, there's just the lack of discipline from GK Esports. Every time they knew that they don't have the resources to contest the turtle, contest the Lord, they're still forcing it, knowing that they have no chance at all to win the fight. When the on the other side of the court, they have an Atan who's already fed, is already like 5-1-4, have all the items needed to be able to burst down any members that you have, the frontliners, even with Netherrealm and Hardguard. Even we have an example there, Black Dragon form combined with the Hardguard can still be bursted down by Natan and other members of Team Falcon. So yeah, I think at that point, once again, the Yuzhong becomes a non-factor because it's not a snowballing hero, or maybe Yuzhong is more of a like snowballing hero, but not really the hero that you want to see when you're trying to defend your base, because at that point when you're going in with the Black Dragon form and getting bursted down, then you are pretty much useless at the time. I'm sorry, this is the hero's problem, not the player's problem. Or I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's true as well, because you can see Yuzhong can't even frontline. It was trying to dive towards the backline, even expending the hard guard towards the Yuzhong, but it did not really deliver. But of course, your MVP is Super. Look at him just going insane. 83% kill participation and 15 assists. As an Edith, he was just peeling for his teammates, getting the perfect onwards, tossing the players behind with the knockbacks, and it was just so clean. A clean game from Super. And for GK Esports, to be honest, they had their own momentum. As we roll out the highlights, they had their momentum, but it was just gone in a matter of seconds, because there was a moment where Koba was fighting back, getting double kill. It felt like he was going to go online, but it was just not enough because Falcons was just rattling through the backline of GK Esports, and they couldn't even respond that much at this one. This was the turnaround where we saw happen between our very eyes, and we thought that it could be the monumental turn for the game, but it was not, because it was just not enough for Team GK to push it to the front line of the players of Falcons. And Lark was just way too fed with 5 kills, and Super is doing his own thing. Look at him, not even dying as a roamer.
Yep. Really great display of patience and also aggressiveness from Super. And even GK Esports, they're forced to deal with not 1 but 2 TPS when Super is popping the Primal Wrath, because this hero scales off his HP and also his durability, not so much for the magic damage stat that you have. Looking at the items though, let's take a look at the MVP. Only Athena Shield and also Dominance Ice secured so far for Falcon Super. But look at that KDA, man. The perfect KDA, the one that you want to have in your roamer. Not stealing any kills at all, just popping off with the assists, just dishing out the dimes to his teammates. And other than that, look at that. Falcon Ding, this is an Arlet, by the way. And when we talk about Arlet, it's a setup hero. And he secured 7 kills on its own. This guy is just way too aggressive with it. Hunter Strike as well, an item that we don't really see very often or in the early game, especially as the first item. Maybe the small penetration item, but not the Hunter Strike. As we take a look at the exact stats here, Lark reached by 853 GPM. Very much, it makes sense, man. Like, he's been on the gold lane, getting all the kills as well, getting fed by Super, and that really was Super display of gameplay of Team Falcons. Now the question is, can they actually keep up the momentum and try to execute the same way in the second game? Because there's no way that Team GK or GK Esports will just let go of these heroes and play the exact same draft.
Yeah, I mean, the players of GK Esports were thinking about how they had so much layering to protect this Herod, the healing, the sustainability with the realm, the hard guard, the love waves and all of that, but it was just not enough. The players of Falcons, they were buying anti-heals, the glowing ones, the dominance ice, but then again, even the NODs. But bar the items, I feel like still they were not allocating the ultimates properly. I mean, you could see how the Black Dragon form was popped prematurely. It was used prematurely, and then the Hard Guard as well. But it was so smart of the players of Falcons to just disengage when that happens. So then in the next fight, when they re-engage, they don't have the crucial ultimates to carry them to that fight. The healing then, the Netherrealm then, the second life that you have through the Faramis ult will then be so non-existent to the point where they just get rammed down without a scratch by Team Falcons. So that was the problem where their ult management, their skill management did not work properly, even when they had such a very, very strong, well-rounded draft to protect this Herith, to keep on fighting sustainably, just carrying out the fights throughout like a minute or two. But it just did not happen because Falcons, they understood well enough the win condition of, the players of GK, and they just avoided it, wholeheartedly.
Yeah, and I feel like it does feel like it's easy to say when you're as a spectator, as a viewer, as a caster, on like, well, why do you want to go for that? You don't have any resources at all. But this is the playoffs. This is where the pressure is at the all-time high in the regular season compared to the regular season. And I feel like Team Falcons, with the experience that they have in M Series as a team in the international tournaments, it comes in handy in this playoffs, man. And it really showed up. The experience, the patience, the composure that you play with Team Falcons against GK, it becomes a very valuable commodity when it matters the most.
Yeah, that is where you get tested. That is where, you are forged. The mental pressure. This is where you thrive, and this is what differentiates winners and champions. And of course, we are rounding up towards the second game. Of course, GK Esports, they have to just pull through to what happened, because they have so far been playing 3 games, Chefin, all 3 losses, all 3 under 15 minutes. So that is a heavy pill to swallow, a hard bullet to bite, but I'm pretty sure they'll still, work on it. They'll hold on. But Team Falcons, I feel like they won't be stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, and the fact that Team Falcons averaged the most game time out of all the teams in MPL MENA really doesn't look good for GK Esports. The fact that they usually play the long game and they just got beaten down in 12 minutes will definitely not feel good. And Team Falcons, the fact that they are in the regular season, they were the 3 seed, their record of the matches was 7-2 and averaged the most game time, kind of signifies that they are a very clutch team, right? When it matters the most, when it came down to this single shot call in the late part of the game, they excel at it. They have like in basketball we call it closers. They showed up in the 4th quarter, making those big shots. I feel like this is, even if Team GK or GK Esports bring the game to the late game, it's still gonna favor Team Falcons because of the experience and also that composure in the late game.
Yeah, that late game potential, of course, something they want to fish and look forward to. But as the phone suggests, we are going to go and dive towards the drafting phase of the second game of today, of this match rather. And it's interesting to see how GK Esports will recover from 3 straight losses in 3 games that they have been playing. GK Esports, they have to be able to determine what type of heroes they want to play, what composition suits them the most. But again, this Benedetta is such a scary hero to play against, especially in the hands of Ding. It feels like it's a respect ban towards Ding with the Benedetta. Terizla taken away out of the fray as well. Next B laner that has been so versatile across all regions, IDPH, MYSG, you name it. The Terizla will be there to win out the lane, also be the initiator, sometimes leading up the clash with the Engage coming in. But for DK Esports, again, looking to man out the Edith again. Super with the Edith. It's like, again, just think of it. You are a roamer that has to put up your body for your team. You're the engager. You toss people around. You're not a healer. You're basically a semi-frontline, but you die 0 times. It's insane to think how Super was able to pull it off.
Yeah, I was actually itching to cut you off there, realize, because I kind of saw this Edith Ben coming, because if you see the track record of Team Geeke, even against in the match earlier against Twisted Minds, they are very reactionary with their bans, and Edith was the MVP of the previous game, and it makes sense for them to ban this one in the second game. Now, I didn't get my spotlight because of you, realize. You should have called it,
bro.
That's good.
My
Just
bad.
kidding. Let's see though if the third ban will be the same reactionary ban, just like in the previous match earlier. But if it's reactionary, what will it be? No, it's gonna be an Angela ban. They actually used it earlier, and they didn't want to pick it first. Interesting.
Yeah. Lowy Chip still the same fears that they have. And of course, now Costa Rica, will he again play the Yuzong? Because I think 3 games so far, and Costa Rica has all been playing the Yuzong again. Not a hero that could necessarily carry the game, but it could definitely make space. It could definitely initiate. It could definitely just disturb the backline. The Fredrin pickup. The first time we have seen so far today, the Fredrin, because it has been banned out for the last 3 games.
Yeah, because it's the do-it-all hero. I don't think there's any moment ever since Fredrin is released where Fredrin is out of the meta. He has been the top junglers so far, and it just literally does everything. It can farm a lot of CCs, continuous CC. I feel like it's the one that is the most valuable asset of Fredrin, and also that surprise damage on the Appraiser's Wrath can come in handy when it's needed. And right away, a Valentina second or like first pick for Falcon. Now, if PK Esports wants to actually pick a Faramis, it's gotta be harder for them to actually execute that, because on the opposing side, it's gotta be an IMU to replicate it.
Yep.
And Falcons actually used the Yuzhong this time. Costa Rica forced to use another hero. What will it be?
Yuzong taken out. I mean, a lot of options to fare against the Yuzong. You know, the Paquito. It's also a nice option to have in that XP lane. But yeah, Faramis pick denied because of this Valentina, unless they want to fight it out, you know, battle it out, brawl it out. Then Avaria will be the pickup for GK Esports, giving GK Esports quite a few poke potential with the spheres you have and the mobility as well, extra coming into the Moskov. The quick pickup for Koba, and the Moskov so far hasn't been able to see much success in a few matches today. That has been mostly shut down by other picks compared to this Moskov itself.
Man, it's quite jarring, the fact that there's little to no attention at all, especially in this day 2 export, considering the fact that in MPL ID, it was the 3rd most prio hero to pick in the playoffs. Yes, that's mostly fluffy on EVOS Glory, but at the end of the day, it's a really good hero to punish the frontliners of the opposing team, and there's really no one's picking it. And now Team Falcons, they stick back to their roots once again with the Natan on towards Lark. And mind you, in the regular season, this guy averaged 9.33 KDA. That is an insane stat for a gold laner.
Yeah, this Natan could be very scary. I feel like the Moskov, you know, it does not do really well, but it does not do really good as well. It's not that bad to, you know, fight against a Natan in lane, but when it comes to a late game, this is where they brawl it out. The Moskov against Natan late game is just feels like it's like a immovable object meets an unstoppable force. And now Falcon Esports, Team Falcons, rather they pick out, or rather take out the Lolita as a possible roamer in the hands of GK Esports. We saw them pick up this Lolita in the earlier match against Twisted Minds. Now the Nolan and Tamus taking away the Tamus though. Interesting, man.
Ooh. Yeah, it is interesting. It is an option when you're trying to go against it's not really the prime option, but I can see where they're coming from. I think there are better heroes to ban, but yeah, the Vengeance and also the fact that Tamus's job is to guard this Natan man-to-man when it comes to the late game. With the Vengeance as well, it's gonna bounce back Natan's own damage to his own HP. And GK Esports, they ban out the Minotaur. Now the option on that roaming area becomes not much for Super right now. Already banned is Chip, Lolita, Minotaur, Edith, and now just gonna secure that Boxia once again. It's a pretty good pick so far in the first game. Not so much for the win rate though in the regular season. 34.6% win rate. I think that has a lot to do with the fact that Boxia doesn't really offer you that much utility in terms of like objective taking. You have to rely on your teammate to set up for the turtles, set up for the lords, for you to be able to execute this retry, compared to the Fredrin, which has a lot of CCs in his hand, and also the first skill can be comboed with the retribution. And I feel like in the jungling battle, in terms of like a full-on 5v5 team fight, Fredrin is a much superior hero than Boxia, but obviously there's other strengths that Fredrin doesn't have, but Boxia has, and that is that roaming ability around the map, that potential to gang everyone in any part of the map quite fastly.
Yeah, the Arlet and Rock to conclude the draft of Team GK Esports. And I do agree with you. I feel like with Boxia, when you're trying to fight for the objective, it feels like grab and go. You know, you're just rolling around, trying to put down your retribution, and then just take off. But for Fredrin, the dueling potential in this hero is stronger compared to Boxia. Whereas as a Boxia, you kind of want to just rely on that mobility to just scoot in, scoot out, and just get that going. But the Mathilda now, again, picked up, I mean, a 60% win rate and a 74% ban, and to leave it open again in hands of Falcon. So it's just a question of whether or not they could deal with this Mathilda. I mean, if we take a look back retrospectively, in the first match, they had a big trouble. They had a hard time trying to deal with this Mathilda.
Yep, and I feel like this is gonna be a game that will be decided by the XP laners of both teams, because so far, from what I've seen, the punish mechanic that they have heavily relies on one of their EXP. Yuzhong, obviously, with the Black Dragon form, can just go into the backline onto the Moskov and Novaria, and there's no way they can get away from the chase potential if they do not have their spells intact. Meanwhile, on the other side, the final slashes will be the prime mechanic for them to be able to get through this Natan. Yes, you have that in the Grok, but it's a bit more telegraphed than the final slash, especially if you combo it with a flicker. You can really catch people off guard. And as a Natan, you're not really the most durable hero in Mobile Legends, getting punished easily with this kind of CC. Let's see though. Coach Tarika so far used the Yuzhong in all 3 games. Can he perform on this Arlet against Sting that stole his signature hero?
Sting, of course, has been performing very well. An alumni of MPL PH, been playing in MENA Evos. So now in Team Falcons, of course, just trying to explore MPL MENA. But off we go to the second match of the second game. Will Team Falcons be able to strike match point first, or will GK Esports bite back and get their hands on a third game? As we go back to the Land of Dawn, judgment beneath GK Esports' eyes. And with this lineup, I feel like you have that split push potential, you have that fighting prowess as well. Enough CC to, just kickstart a fight. for Team Falcons. It's more on trying to let Lark scale. Still, the same win cons we saw from the previous games.
Yep, and right away you see two Purifies being brought out by these two gold laners, knowing the fact that they are the prime targets here for both the XP laners of the opposing team, especially Lark. This is going to be very, very crucial, his timing on the Purify, and also the cover that Super will bring in this game. Let's see though, I think if the game goes to the late game, it's going to favor Team Falcons a lot more. Shen getting chunked up quite low there by the both mid laners and the roamer of Team Falcons, but it's just gonna recall back to try to reset.
Yeah, reset of course for Shen. Can't really stay that much longer. And talking about the emblem, still the same QC for both players of the gold lane department. They kind of want to deal damage and get that sustain in a 1v1 situation, move quickly. With the QC enables you to have that extra movement speed. But Kenji just rolling in to the wrong side of the map. But thankfully though, it won't be much of a problem. Puissance popped up with Ding just jumping with the Furious Dive. Chunking down goes to Rika to almost a sliver of his HP. But it's all fine. At least now with the pressure they exerted towards Costa Rica, it forces him to recall as they try to grab their hands on this turtle.
They do have the advantage, but you have to watch out for the Spear of Destruction from Koba. He can catch up to fights right away. Yes, he is a Moskov in the early game. Not so much damage they can offer, but if you can execute it, it's gonna be lethal. Meanwhile though, Black Chicken form being executed. To be able to zone out the members of GK Esports, as I said earlier, the setup for the Baksha has to be prime and precise.
There you go with the Phaser Strat to just clear up mid-wave. Almost Shen taken away, but oh, good night. Could be sent to his demise. No, he won't. Almost said goodnight to himself. Thankfully though, the Guiding Wind will save him. And again, still all even Stevens down bottom for both gold laners. And Shen has been moving around so nimbly. He's just trying to open up the spaces, open up the maps, assist the side laners, and just be as mobile as he can. Especially when he has that wild charge ready for the get-go. I feel like he just wants to try to maximize the kill potential with the wild charge. And for Zac as well, looking for snipes here and there, left and right, with an Novaria. Not wanting to scale that much, just trying to get the kills whenever he can. But items, of course, will be chased down by him. Now a mid lane fight could ensue. Mark, though, caught in a rock and hard place. And there you go with the Petrified connects. The Guardian Barrier will betray him. And now Shen will try to flee away. Thankfully, though, he won't be taken down. And that Guardian Barrier was the name of the game. But this time it was used wrongly. Koba might be next on the elimination list. Thankfully though, he won't be down and out. Costa Rica might be dead. No, he won't. Guardian Barrier is perfect, but where's the follow-up? Koba dishing out the damage. Mark comes through as the backup, but no, it's just not enough as the players of Team Falcons are just way too thick, way too tanky.
That pick in the mid lane that was quite literally being executed to perfection. Meanwhile, Costa Rica might be in trouble here with the Vengeance. Try to bob and weave out of the team fight, but he's gonna get taken down by the circling Eagle of Super. But right now, it's a 1v1 Kenji. Will he be able to secure this one? It's Mark with the Retribution. Secures that one. Kenji rolling around trying to get something for himself. And now it might be a contest here in the purple buff. And no Retribution for both of these guys. Koba dealing all the damage towards the jungler of Team Falcons. And it's gonna get taken down. Even though with the Guiding Wind and the shields, still, it's gonna be EK Esports with the pickoff.
Yeah, good chain of events for Team Falcons, but at least GK Esports were able to get a kill. However, that kill was only to their roamer Shen, so it won't be that significant compared to maybe when you get it to Zac, get it to Koba, then they could kickstart their, attempts, their efforts to try to get back to the game. But still, it's too early to judge. 2-1 to the score, but Shen is stuck. Oh, the flicker! It's just not good enough, and Shen gets taken down. A miss flicker. Koba next on the menu. Will he be taken down? He will. Good night. As he dies, and he gets the kill. And of course now for Falcons, it all looks so good for them. They get 1 kill to Lark, 1 kill to Goodnight, and next on the menu is Zach. He just tries to flee away outside from the server, outside of the map even, but the snipe will take Goodnight down. A vengeance in the form of 1 snipe back towards Team Falcons.
A good retaliation, but they are still on the losing end of that trade. So far, 2K gold lead for Team Falcons. And this is one of the ways for you to be able to play this Nathan safely. Meanwhile, Entropy will be used. Mark still on the aggro turret. And Lark will be able to get away with the guiding win of Super.
Yeah, that's good enough for Super to save his teammate. Team Falcons, they're trying to, again, lay claim on this turtle. Again, half prio on this turtle. Costa Rica again caught with the Petrify, and he will just die in the hands of Ding with the passive. The turtle now getting so low. The BDF is not going to be able to displace Mark. The Retry still connects, but he will lose his life, sacrificing it. But Koba down bottom gets the kill towards Lark, and that is a very important kill towards the hands of Koba. This could just start something new for the Moskov to just kite back and fight back his way towards his items that he needs to be relevant to this game.
And also get some pressure in the bottom lane as well. Didn't manage to get the turret just yet. 1 more hit will secure the kill for Ding towards Koba, but he can evade it well. The Wrestle King Eagle will be used on towards Shen. Not much damage just yet. It's gonna be a wall charge. Miss. Ding secures that one. Well, actually, it was Super. 2 kills so far for the roamer of Team Falcons. I don't think they're done just yet. They're still trying to stitch this one, as KK will concede on that turret in the bottom lane. A good siege, a good maneuver there from Team Falcons.
Wait. What was that wild charge from Shen? He was kind of trying to re-engage, but he re-engaged to a wall, and it did not really connect towards the players of Team Falcon, so that was still a questionable move. But now, Spear of Destruction forces Ding to use his Black Dragon form. He will just weave away from the crime scene, but here comes the backup. Kenji, will he fight back? He will. He'll jump forward, and the backup is there. The flicker forward with the stolen wild charge from Goodnight, and there they go with the kill. Important enough to take down Koba. Now, though, the re-engage coming in from GK Esports. Will they be able to fight back? They won't be able to do just that, as Lark will just do work towards the top side turret. The tier 2 taken away by him. And the gold funneling towards him is just way too much. So far, 900 gold lead for Lark. And even a stolen purple buff to his name.
Yeah, makes sense. He didn't want to commit the retribution knowing that the Lord is coming and he has to gamble on his skill. Mark paid that quite harshly there. Mark, wild charge onto 2 Shen. Oh my goodness, the final slash connects onto 2. Meanwhile, Mark will still out. We're still able to get away from that one. Ding still doing some damage and tanking up the frontliner versus Rash on towards Ding. And it's gonna get taken down. A 1 kill secured for TK Esports. Meanwhile, might be 1 more here for Team Falcons instead. 1-1. And now might be a green light for TK Esports to take this one. Shen already very low and Mark has to recall back. Meanwhile, Koba will try the bottom lane. As a quick push mechanic, Lark will try to blitz this one.
Yeah, the Lord so low, but they try to zone down the players of GK Esports, and the Lord not down yet. Kenji, though, gets the Lord wild charge backside, and they get Super in that process. But here comes Lark with the damage he has, trying to dish out the damage. Mark, though, connects the taunt, and there comes Koba with a teleport from downtown, and the Praise Wrath is enough, and they turn it around. GK Esports, they were able to pay that lost Lord with 2 kills, 3 kills even, and 2 important kills. And now Kenji might be next on the spears of Koba. Here comes Dingdo with the connection of the Petrify, and Koba has to pay with his price. And Costa Rica will run away from that bloodbath. And a back and forth game, this time much more competitive for GK Esports.
Yeah, but I feel like so far Team Falcons has been executing it a bit more cleanly, and now they have the chance to use this Lord to their favor. They're still pushing the top lane. Ting secured a very important Oracle. Lark will be the main character of this team fight for Team Falcons. The objective is to secure Lark and be able to give him a free hit. Every frontliner will be bursted down in front of this hero as he secured a very important item in the Holy Crystal. Now the damage will be much more apparent, much more lethal in this point of the game.
Oh, this Lord even trying to deal out extra pressure. Mark though, again, just caught, but he's able to bob and weave. Now the Astral Echo will reveal the players of Falcons, but so much pressure coming in from GK to fight back. The Guardian Barrier is way too good to zone out, but no follow-up coming in from GK Esports. The final slash was good, but it was not good enough because there was no follow-up coming in from GK Esports. Now Falcons, they'll try to regroup, just play this more slowly. They're able to just crack open the far lane's turrets. And now it's just left to the base turrets trying to fend off the pushing waves, the pushing minions. And Falcons, now they try to gamble this out, trying to regroup down in the mid side, or mid lane rather. In GK Esports, they have to respond to the pushing lanes, but thankfully they have good wave clear. They have Koba, they have Zac, and they even have Costa Rica. So I feel like when they are given these type of minions, these waves that are pushing towards him, that could turn into their favor because they could just farm this out, build up that gold lead, get their items, and then fight Team Falcons.
Yep, just have to realize their own strength with the Moskov in the late game. It's got to be very lethal. Handle that long lane, and time to time again, we've seen how the Spear of Destruction can pretty much change the tide of the team fight. Koba just comes out of nowhere and secures 2 kills onto Lark. And now Lark, this is definitely something that we haven't seen before. 1-2-2 on this Natan. And it's gonna be a kill towards Good Night. It's a Night on their thing with the Petrify on towards Mark. They're just gonna try to chase with the Black Dragon form by a Ding. Shan in the front line. Meanwhile, those Spirit of Destruction will connect for Koba. Still a 4v5 for GK Esports. They have the man advantage. Do they want to commit onto this one?
Yeah, this is so scary for both teams. And Chappie popped up, and now Mark coming in with the Appraiser shot, but it fails as he gets knocked up, and the Lord resets. Lark will be the one dishing out the damage. The scary monster for Team Falcons, and they flee away. They get the wipeout soon enough without Zac having to lose his life. Lark will just blitz forward. They get the kills, and the Lord as well. Do their own names.
I think it should be endable, but they choose to go for the Lord instead. I think Kenji should have just went with his teammates. It's very low right now as the whole team just try to burst this one at the top lane. 1 card left. Can they clear this one? But no, it's just gonna be Lord secured. And I do feel like they missed out on an opportunity there to just end the game. The spawn time was like 30 seconds from each member of GK Esports, and they didn't commit on that one. An interesting maneuver there from Team Falcons, but they still have the advantage, and they're just gonna try once again to break through the bases, like the base of GK Esports. The wave clear though will still be very good for GK, something to watch out for if you are Team Falcons.
Yeah, again, that was a questionable decision. But I don't really think they wanted to gamble that out. They were trying to just, be more decisive on a much more deciding option, which is the Lord. And this time it will march towards the base. But again, the power of this Moskov will just take down the Lord easily, especially And if Wolf wanted that, almost getting the kill. The Face of Wrath will connect, but it won't really matter that much. Ding will be taken out by Koba. And they get the frontliner. Team Falcons, they're forced to go back to the Circling Eagle to re-engage towards Mark. Mark is still tanky enough to soak up the damage. And again, Costa Rica jumping into the backline, not going to take anything, not going to get anything. And Team Falcons, they're forced to flee away. Astral Echo will reveal their positions. Lark, thankfully though, getting that extra shielding to tank up the Astral Sphere. And GK Esports, they're fighting back. They're able to now get out of their own half. And even getting that kill. Oh, good final slash coming in from Costa Rica. But where's the follow-up? Super jumping forward with the Circling Eagle. Lark is there to dish out the damage. Entropy defensively backside. And now GK Esports left to stop on their tracks. As GK Esports losing Shen, meaning they don't have the engage tool needed to fight back.
It all started with a single careless mistake by Goodnight. Not very disciplined on that one. Meanwhile, Kenji will try to chase Koba with the Petrified. Ding is coming. Koba is gonna get taken down. There you go, the DPS is gone. Lark once again going crazy. Free hitting everyone. And that's gonna be 3 taken down for GK Esports. Team Falcons, this time for sure, it is endable. 2 guys left for GK Esports, and there's no wave clear whatsoever. Costa Rica and also Shen, they're forced to go with the wall. Meanwhile, the entropy is there for Lark. The wave is coming for GK Esports, but I don't think that's gonna matter. Lark with the damage. Costa Rica, the final slash with onto 2, but it's not gonna do much. Lark is still going crazy with the damage in this late part of the game, and they're just gonna focus down on the crystal. And there you go. The second game secured by Team Falcons in a much more harder manner this time. A good sign in a way for GK Esports, but it's still an L nonetheless.
A good sign. But again, signs don't matter when you can't get the results. And for Team Falcons, a victory once again, as they will try to secure the final game because they are now on match point. And for GK Esports, it was so close. They were able to fight back in a few sectors, in a few moments where they got the turnaround. Koba was scaling slowly, getting his own momentum. But for Team Falcons, it was like they had that magical moment right between their own backs. And of course, that questionable decision to just push up and get the crystal. Maybe they wanted a safer option to get that Lord, but Kenji was also almost in the brink of death, taking that Lord alone, soloing that Lord, and as his teammates just try to, march in towards the base. It was so close for Team GK Esports, but Team Falcons ensured that none of that errors would happen again. And yeah, now we're at a match point. So for Team Falcons, this is their game to win now, and for GK Esports, they have to pull off a miracle comeback.
Yeah, in this MPL MENA playoff season 5 so far, there is no retaliation whatsoever. In the previous day, 2 or 3 2-0s, earlier 2-0, and this might be a 3-0 as well. As we take a look at the MVP of that game, it is Super once again, 95% kill participation with the same amount of assists, this time on the Mathilda, a much more defensive hero with the items as well. Look at that, Enchanted Talisman just to get some mana regen, and also a very important flask of the Oasis. This is one of the, I think, best way to kind of describe how the game went. Team Falcons is just a bit more calculative in their display, and this is one of the kind of funny moments there. Door stuck for Shen. I think it's punish. Yeah. And yeah, so far the punish from Team Falcons was just it's better, man. Look at this. Even though they are very, very low with their HP, but they just play with their strength, just knowing that if Lark is still alive, that then we still have a winning chance. And I just really like that call. We're gonna see it in a second. This one, I was very surprised by the fact that they are chasing for Koba right away. That call was genius with the the poisons and also the Blast Dragon form. They were able to catch Koba, and without Wind of Nature, it's gonna be dead meat. And now this is the end of the game. two guys defending, and there is really zero wave clear at all. Makes it easier for Team Falcons to end the game. As we take a look at the statistics here, Super, once again, 3-1-15, a very dominant showing of engaging and also disengage from the danger. A lot of times we see this hero, Matilda, just stealing everyone out of their chat, whether it's Goodnet, whether it's Lark. It's just very useful in any part of the game. The healing is there, the engagement choice there with the guiding in, and also as the Eagle can be comboed with a lot of heroes that Team Falcons has. And PK Esports just had no answers with the flexibility coming in from Peter. As we take a look at the damage healing participation here in the top 33%, and also Rich Kai and the carry, pretty much the perfect marksman game, the perfect DPS game that you could ask for your gold laner, topping off the gold and also topping off the damage. And that is it for the second game of Team Falcons versus KK Esports. Let's see though if KK can still somehow back on track and bring out their A game here in the third game, because if they lose in this game, then they're out of the contention of both MSC 2024 and also the crown of being the MPL MENA Season 5 champion.
Oh, that is such a very, very bitter truth to accept. And we're counting it, we're accumulating it, Chefin. 4 games now, all 4 losses for GK Esports. So I feel like they're gonna pull up another geek lower bracket finals, if you know what I mean. But yeah, for GK Esports, they need an answer. But do you think it's time for them to bend the Natan?
I think, yeah, it is the time for them to bend the Natan, because it's pretty much apparent that if you have the Natan and keep the Natan alive, you're guaranteed to win the game. Doesn't really matter if you still have a lot of HP in your frontliner or backliner or anything like that. As long as the Natan is alive and gets all the items necessary to burst down all of your teammates, then it's done and dusted, man. And Lark has been performing very, very incredibly on this hero time to time again. We saw one exchange in the top lane where I thought, oh, maybe this time around Team Falcons will lose out when Lark gets killed, but he ended up not getting killed, and that is where Super comes in with the healing and also the guiding lane to be able to get him out of the death. And yeah, I do agree with you. If there is time to be reactionary, this is now. It's not the Edith, it's not other heroes out there, it's the Natan. I think it's the main problem for KK Esports, and you have to get that out of the board for Team Falcons.
Yeah, the Natan was carrying the team fights here and there, left and right. I mean, scaling Natan, an online Natan in the late game is just a scary threat, a force to be reckoned with, and Lark was delivering in both games. But we also can't underestimate the power of Super. Super was just showcasing a good game of roam, in which he was both playing different style of roams. The first one was Engager. The second one, yes, a semi-Engager, but at the same time, you're more of a healer, more of a shielder for your team. But still, the same playstyle is able to just acquire 2 MVPs even for someone that is playing a roam-heavy hero and a roamer as well. It's very insane. He's able to just steal the spotlight from Lark, but again, it's a unified attempt to get the game for themselves. The Falcon Esports, not much to be changed in the way they approach the games, you know, their protocols, their sequences. But one thing that they should probably sharpen is their decision making. Sometimes there is a bigger option, a bigger objective that they could grab, they could acquire, but they choose to not take it. I feel like that could be worked on even further.
And fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, if Falcons does win in the end in this third game, then in MSC 2024 there's gonna be 2 Falcons. Falcons AP Brand and also Team Falcons on its own. So it's very, very interesting to see if those 2 teams will fare up, or do they kind of steal each other's meta there. Yeah, in this third game, I think we have to address something that's maybe a bit uncomfortable because we have been talking about this guy in the previous match as well. Costa Rica on the Yuzhong, it didn't work out. On the Arlit, he was 0-5-3. And I feel like against Ding, he kind of felt like, you know, if I want to go for this 1v1 in the laning phase, I'm gonna get out microed. And that is why he has been a bit more passive on the Yuzhong, on the Arlit against Ding. And when you have a losing lane, especially in the XP lane, you're gonna lose out on the rotations, you're gonna lose out on the clashes that the team is going to make, and that becomes a big snowball that's gonna come right at your teammates, man. You have to be more confident in this laning phase and try to win the lane. That way you're able to help your teammates out faster than the opposing EXP laner. And I gotta be honest with you, if you played reckless in the third game, then I'm all for it, man. This is the time. There's really no time to be just pulling your punches here, because if you lost this match, then it's all done and dusted. No MSC, no MPL MENA champion, and you're gonna stop here at the third place. And let me tell you, man, as a fan of a team that got stopped at the third place, it really hurts. It really hurts more than, you know, being a sixth placer or maybe just losing all the matches in the playoffs like Mirko's team. No.
So, how long have you been hiding in the cave?
Oh man,
How long, Shefin? How long? How long will you be hiding in the cage? Oh, you're going all ooga booga mood.
Yeah.
Speaking of cavemen now, as both geeks will be taken down in the lower bracket final, I suppose, with the current condition of Team Falcons just getting the 2-0. You know, I feel like putting geek in your name just spells trouble. But for Falcons,
you went there, bro. Come on.
I had to. You're casting with me, you know. I had to. You're gonna be biting the bullet with me. But yeah, for Team Falcons, I want to see them open up their cards. I want to see them get out the creativity that they have. You know, maybe pull out the same thing that Twisted Minds did, the Odette. Maybe it's time for GK to bring out the Julian. I want to see these, you know, unhinged picks coming in from both teams. You know, it would be very nice to see.
But I think for Team Falcons, there's really no rush. Even if they lose the second game, they still have one more game for them to, I guess, for the lack of better term, to play around with, and just try to limit test yourself, because you're up 2-0 right now, and you wanna keep hiding your cards because the next opponent is no slouch either. It's Twisted Minds if they do win out on this third game. And once again, we're back on the chess match of Coach Yesh and also Coach Jomai. It's still the same ban over and over again. Benedetta, the first ban for Ding. He has been probably one of the core members of Falcon Esports or Team Falcons. There's a reason why he got imported, man. And this might be the meta currently. The Filipinos being flown everywhere like an Instagram model.
We have Filipino players in Indonesia. We have in MPL Malaysia as well. You know, Innocent recently just won the MPL Malaysia Season 13. We also have players in, you know, MPL MENA as well. So they're all around the world, Mr. Worldwide. And it is also not without a reason. They're all very skillful players, you know, Filipino players. They're mechanically gifted. They are just insane when it comes to Mobile Legends. And for Ding, he is no exception. Because this Benedetta ban, like imagine banning Benedetta 3 times in a row, where mostly Benedetta would come as a second phase ban when you're left without an option for an XP later. And this time you ban at first phase, first ban against Ding. So it's quite an insane ban to make, but it's a respect ban nonetheless. Meanwhile, for Falcons, they take out the Luo Yi, take out the chip, you know, teleportation, and shenanigans that Falcons might have or rather GK Esports might have, they don't want to deal with it. They don't want to play with the teleportation game. They want to just brawl it out, run out the players, and the Edith again taken away. So not giving the Edith a chance to play again because Super was Super with the Edith.
Okay, now do you want to go Fredrin or do you want to go Natan? Because the fact that they're not banning the Natan is quite sus. They're still choosing to ban the Edith for Super, but it's gotta be Angela instead. Not the two heroes that I mentioned. 44% win rate, not that great of a win rate so far in MPL. Right now, kind of here is holding. This far is on and for winning the game. There's still what works here. You like or somebody out there that is still with a style.
Now, of course,
Gimana?
they kind of bad, take out the potential jungle roles. Now Arlet and Baxia, of course, good 2 picks for Team Falcons. And Angela, the hands of DK Esports, could just, again, they could replicate the same, composition that they did with the Angela Yuzong composition. That is something that they could seek out again with the Fredrin. To be honest, the Fredrin has been very good in the hands of Mark and hands of DK Esports, and it was delivering them results, enabling them to contest the neutral objectives time and time again, especially when you have so much brawling potential with the Fredrin as well, so tanky and so mobile. The CC power that Fredrin has is also pretty good. And again, the Yuzong and the Angela. So hard guard and BDF again, but this time I hope DK Esports will be able to prioritize their, ult assignments, their skill assignments to a much more mature level. And we do see a few lads in the back playing a game of Mobile Legends themselves. Interesting sight to see.
Yep. And also an interesting sight to see the fact that Costa Rica is back on the Yuzhong.
Yeah.
Let's see if this gonna work out this time. Maybe not 3rd time's the charm, 4th time's the charm. But this is something that's a bit different from the previous games for Team Falcons. They brought out the Minotaur, not really putting any emphasis on the Natan, on the heroes that worked earlier. It's only the Basha and the Arlet, the heroes that has been used in previous games. Now the Minotaur, maybe they're still kind of quote-unquote and experimenting, because they have the right to do so when they're up 2-0, and they're gonna be playing against Twisted Minds if they do win out on this game. But the objective still remains the same. If you can secure a 3-0 victory, then why not? And Harith, oh my goodness, I forgot about Harith at all. Wow.
Yeah, thankfully they spotted out, huh? Expected that to be a scary pick, but why are the teams not first picking Harith? I'm still wondering why, because in other regions when a Harith is let go in the first phase, that's an insta pick for the Harith. But we did see that the Harith was able to be toned down by Team Falcons, so it's all good for Team Falcons. The Minotaur is a good pick to counter-engage towards the brawling potential of the Fredrin and the Yuzong. The Vixana, taken away from GK Esports, a pick that was introduced in the first game, I believe. And now Falcons with the last ban of this game and possibly this series. What will they close it out with? A lot of options still in the cards. To take out the Moskov. Yeah, it was a pretty pesty option for GK Esports, and they will do just that.
Okay, now, do you ban Natan if you are GK Esports?
I think you do.
Yeah. Please do so. Because like, even
such a big problem.
Yeah, even if you have the Yuzhong and the Fredrin, Like, if the peel is there, and it is there, it is there. You have the Arlet, you have the Pasha, you have the Minotaur, 3 really solid frontliners. You also have a little bit of healing and also that Blast of the Oasis from the Minotaur. The Natan will be further enhanced. And it's going to be the Roger, instead a hero that hasn't seen any playtime so far in the previous 2 games, getting banned by GK Esports. Again, I do not get it. You already have 2 frontliners here, very solid. You have a healer as well. Roger does bad against a healer. He can't really execute when those Flash of the Oasis procs. You should ban the Natan, but they chooses to go for Roger instead.
Well, I think they're prioing again this kind of like healing composition, sustain composition that they have with the Harith and the Angela. Now the fact that the Roger's taken out, what will they pick as the marksman? Irithel? Wow. I mean, they're still okay, 100% win rate, but it's been played like what, once, I guess, by Team Falcons, if I'm not mistaken, in their meeting against. Oh no, it was Twisted Minds that played Irithel, if I recall correctly. I'm gonna have to check that again. Irithel pick I did see taken by one of the teams in MPL MENA playoffs, but we'll check it later. Yeah, Irithel trading it with Natan, I don't think it's worth it, you know.
Well, there has been some teams, even MPL ID, that uses Irithel to kind of quote-unquote counter the Natan, because Irithel is very mobile and it does give you a little bit of burst damage when you stack up those passive with a heavy crossbow. It is a mechanic to kind of burst down the Natan, and it's hard to catch. But now, it is an unpopular pick for a reason. It's not really the strongest marksman out there. They're definitely gambling on this pick and try to find new ways to counter the Natan instead of just throwing out of the window right away. I like the bravado though. They still wanna try to figure out this Natan, Lark's Natan, because at the end of the day, if you wanna win MPL MENA playoffs, a single hero shouldn't stop you.
Yeah. By the way, checking back on the stats, it was actually GK Esports that was able to get a win with the Irithel, but that time it wasn't against a Natan, it was against a carry. So, I mean, for a carry, yeah, it's I think it's much more easy for the Irithel to lane against, carry, short range. You don't really have that much burst compared to the Irithel. But now, game 3 with an Irithel pick against a Natan, interesting to see. Of course, who will be the representatives, the second representatives of MPL MENA towards MSC? Will it be Team Falcons, or will it be Team GK Esports possibly playing their last match of MPL MENA Season 5 right here in Land of Dawn we go? As Team GK Esports, their backs against the walls. They have to be able to get this win.
It's do or die for GK. Team Falcons though, they have, as you said earlier, realized they have more room for error. Even if you experiment in this game, it's still a-okay. There's still a lot of chances for them to secure the series and represent MENA in MSC 2024. Now, with the momentum and all swinging towards Team Falcons' favor, it's gonna be a really tough job for GK Esports to be able to win out on this one.
I do sense that to be the obstacle that is just forcing GK Esports in a much more unfavorable spot. But this Angela pick is trying to activate a much more proactive approach towards this game. For Good Night with the Navaria, it's just gonna clear out the waves. Clearly, you know, Kenji's stuck with the Petrify. There comes the backup, and that is going to be first blood. Drawn by Mark. Good start for GK Esports. This is what they want. The power of the Fredrin, and as well as the early and quick rotations coming from GK Esports. And so far for Team Falcons, still, it won't really matter because they can still bank on this Natan. The late game, we have seen it time and time again happen
cross two games happening. Now Costa Rica to jump forward, backup coming in towards Mark, and there goes Goodnight. He says goodnight to himself. Ding jumping in, trying to bob and weave, figuring out a way to get out, and he will still be alive thanks to the Vengeance and the Dauntless Strike. Oh, he flickers forward and gets Costa Rica in the process. Ding, he's not stopping anytime soon, and he will be punished for that. But that is balls of steel coming in from Ding.
Yep, but I don't know if that's the right play though, as right now he has to catch up to the turtle. Kenji has the advantage here. He takes the control of the turtle. Super will try to use the minion sphere to get them away from the vicinity, and Kenji will be able to secure this one quite convincingly with the red tree. Meanwhile, final slash on towards Zack uses the Nether Realm and also the Flicker. Flash can form from Costa Rica. Will try to use that one to get in, but almost getting bursted down by the third aggro. Costa Rica has to be able to play this one a bit more safely. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, there's going to be a trade by Koba. Uses the sprint to get away from Lark with the entropy.
Oof. It's a very scary string of events happening up top. Felt like Costa Rica and Shen was overextending with the BDF and hard guard pop. But thankfully they take out, or get out rather, unscathed. And Lark's just having a good time bullying Koba down bottom. He's able to mount up the gold lead and even a level ahead of Koba before Koba was able to reach 5. And Shen trying to check out the bush. The Super is inside. And this time they slow down the tempo, not wanting to just brawl out because again, same win cons. Same ways to win this game. Just try to bank on Lark for the second time, third time now. This is the main objective of Team Falcons. The timers next is on the turtle. 35 seconds and Mark already shadowing Kenji, locking him in place. The taunt will connect towards Kenji. Super jumping in with the knock-up, and there goes the minion Fury with the Astral Echo as well. There goes the Entropy, and Zack saved by the Nether Realm. No, he won't be, because he's just stuck there and can't even move. Koba can move away. Moving forward, the Astral Sphere connects, but a fight in the mid lane will be against the XP laners, but no casualties taken. And now, they can be marching towards the turtle with a much greater advantage because Mark has to recall back to his base.
You can see the disconnection is very, very apparent. The hard guard is used just to save one member from death. Even the Nether Realm is also used just to get Zack away from the death. Meanwhile though, Kenji will be hunted down by Costa Rica. Oh, final slash fighting on towards a 3. But it looks like the turtle will be secured by DK Esports. Meanwhile, Kenji is still taking all the damage coming in from Koba. But it looks like the chase by Lark will be able to get one for Mark. And that is going to be, I think, a winning trade for Team Falcons. They're right now 300 gold lead up against DK Esports and might be securing some turret damage in the bot lane, possibly taking it.
Ooh. That was, I don't know what chunked down Koba's HP. He was just gone in an instant. Shen trying to reconnect the love strings, but it's just not enough. As Ding will still stand strong under the tier 1 turret. And Koba now, a lane swap happening. He will swap out towards top side, but this time he's shadowed behind Super, and Ding Koba has to be wary of the positioning of these players. And this time Team Falcons, they're just playing this counter reactionary. They're just playing this in a much more reactionary way to be able to respond to the engages of DK Esports, to sniff out the possibilities of engages coming in. And you can see the power of Koba with the heavy crossbow is just so scary. It could be the main output of damage, but Lark now joins in. Perfect knock-up from Super, followed up with the Minion Fury. The Black Dragon form comes in, but this final slashes miss. And now the hard guard is there to save the players of DK Esports, but they go back to the base. They go back to the jungle. Lark is taken out of the fray, and this could be the winning fight for DK Esports, but no follow-up next. And it's still a one-on-one trade, but they lose Lark in the process.
They do lose Lark, but it is a gold lane to gold lane trade plus an XP lane in Costa Rica. But now they do have an advantage here. No, actually, they concede that one. Might be eyeing for a steal here from Kenji. It is a veteran in the end. He goes in very, very bravely. Meanwhile, the Priestess Wrath is there to try to secure the tunnel, but Kenji still uses Retribution in the end. Mark still taking all damage, getting chased down. The final slash is gonna connect, abiding. Zach might be trying to chase down by Team Falcons. It looks like the fight ends, and they're trying to siege the mid lane turret with the resources they have.
Wow, again turning around for Team Falcons. A very up and down game. Ding looking for the final slash. It connects towards Zac and no time to pop the Nether Realm. And of course that ultimate was also expended in the previous fight. So Team Falcons, they get 2 turtles, they get the mid turret, they get tier 2s up top and down bottom. And Lark is just going to scale. That doesn't feel like something irreversible. And now the Black Dragon form trying to escape defensively. The hard guard equipped as well. But Costa Rica will get good night. Defensive becomes offensive. And Falcons, they're forced to flee away from that initial initiation. What I thought was about to be an escape turns out to be an assassination attempt from Costa Rica.
Yeah, but there's too much resources there. Hard guard and Black Dragon form. Meanwhile, Shen will not be able to get away from this one. Minion 3 onto 2. Netherrealm is still there. Lark dropping forward with the damage coming in. Still 3 hitting on towards Mark. The damage is already there. Koba will try to get away with his heavy crossbow. Stuns connect from Costa Rica. He's trying to go back again into the team fight. Watch out for the snipe coming in from Goodnight. But it looks like it's just gonna be no trade at all in that exchange. Slark might be eyeing for another entropy here. Costa Rica, the prime target. No, they're just gonna back away. Team Falcons currently 3k gold lead. I'm gonna say realize so far, Ding is one of the best threat or the greatest threat to GK Esports, man. Every time Ding wants something, he always gets it. Meanwhile, Black Dragon form combined with the hard guard once again. Entropy behind is Lark. It looks like they'll get caught out in third aggro. Costa Rica, what are you doing? A bit too aggressive there, taking all the third aggro. But they do get the mid lane turret, so there is still a trade there. Ding in the front line, trying to get something there, and that's it.
Wow. You were trying to point out something, and in the middle of your sentence, I was about to praise Costa Rica for having one of the best Fuzong gameplay so far, but we'll cut it short later because now a Minion Fury comes in. The other realm popped up, they're all stunned in the place of themselves. Lord Pit is still the main contention, the Lord is low. Kenji gets Mark and the Lord as well, 2 for 1. Bonus for Team Falcons. And I was about to say that Costa Rica is having one of the best Yuzong games out of his Yuzong games today. But that engage, that deep dive was just like, it was just the end of the rope. That was like, nah, I think I spoke too soon.
Yeah, but you can see there when the Lord is being taken by Kenji, they chooses to go for Mark instead because the retribution threat is still there. A very disciplined way of playing for Team Falcons. Let's see though, what's gonna happen here in the stage with the Lord.
Now the Lord coming in, Kenji rolling forward as well. The Shield Unity Mark pops the Appraiser's Wrath, but it's not enough to take down Mark, for Kenji rather, but they will take down the Lord. So that will just hamper the efforts of pushing forward, but Lark just exerting so much pressure up top. Gets out with the entropy. It's so easy for him to get out. And Super has the Dominance Ice to just, you know, neutralize the healing potential of this Angela, of this Yuzong, and the Faramis as well. So far for Falcons, they're off to a very, very good start now, transitioning towards the mid game. It's just looking more scary for Team Falcons, or for Team DK Esports rather. The Lightning Truncheon, acquired by Good Night, adds that extra wave clear, extra splash damage, combined with the Astral Sphere, and the Astral Meteor as well.
Yeah, I feel like Costa Rica has to be a bit more disciplined here. Yes, you are a Yuzhong, and with the hard guard, you can lock down the lock quite easily. But when the Purify is still there, when the turret's still there, and when the whole team is there to peel for him, you're in for a bad time, man. This is a late game Natan. At this point, you can be too aggressive with your approach. And as we take a look at the KDAs that some of the GK Esports members has, Koba 0-1-0 hasn't got a kill yet. Even Zach, the 2 damage dealers that GK Esports has, they don't have any kill in their belt at all. There's no extra gold that's being poured onto them. And this is definitely trouble for GK Esports as they down about 6k gold lead in the 13th minute. Still comebackable though, but against Natan, what is going to be the response? Shando, oh, this is very dangerous, man. Ooh, thank God.
He already has his hands on the Divine Glaive for Lark, so that's going to just add extra penetration to cut down through market to Costa Rica. The frontliners won't really be frontlining no more. And the Lord now, it's just so easy when you have a Natan. And all just down to Lark, dishing out the damage so good. And so far for Team Falcons, they're trying to just end the game as soon as they can. Hunter Strike done for Ding, adding that extra dueling potential. Now Super with the Athena. It's just looking to stack up more magic resistance towards Shen and towards Zac. I don't see an angle where this Irithel will be able to outscale the Natan. I mean, sure, the burst is there, but you'll just be deleted before you can just charge up your heavy crossbows. And the Satan is just going to steamroll and just step you down in your face, but a fight down bottom where Koba gets equipped with the hard guard. Ding will be able to run freely.
Oh, no.
The final slash is there to stop him in his tracks, but the Astral Echo will reveal and slow down the players of DK Esports. But they will re-engage, trying to stop this Lord. This Lord has been marching in, Super jumping forward. This could be the end of DK Esports if they lose 2 or 3 members, but they're still holding up. The Black Dragon form as a counter initiation tool, they'll be able to hold up, but the turrets are falling down. They are falling down like flies, and the Ralph popped up as a defensive tool, but Lark is there to pop up the damage, and there goes the final slash. Zac is just gone, the hardware is not enough, and the crystal is next in their eyes. It could be the end. This could be the final game that GK Esports will be playing in MPL MENA Season 5 as Zac will submit himself to the wrath of the Falcons and they secure themselves a slot towards MSC, towards Riyadh, and of course towards the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 5.
Oh my goodness. There are a lot of twists and turns in MPL MENA playoffs so far in this Season 5. But the fact that so far until the grand finals, there are no retaliations whatsoever from the opposing team. It's a 3-0, it's 2-0. It's always a dominant and a 1, and at the other end, it's really, really bad. Falcons, welcome to every XP can't play in their home court. God. MENA. Wow.
So unlucky for GK Esports, but Team Falcons, what a showing from them to be able to win this game in such convincing fashion. I mean, the first 2 games, I'd say is kind of dominating, but the third game, there was retaliation from, Team GK Esports, but still, that Irithel pick was not enough to address the ferocity of the Natan. The Natan was just dishing out free damage left to right and center, and even they were trying to redraft the same the same gameplay revolving around the Yuzong and Angela, but the Fredrin this time was in place. It looked much more better. Costa Rica was actually having a pretty decent game, a much better game compared to game number 1 and game number 2. But for GK Esports, it was just not enough because Team Falcons was way over everything. Then look at Super again, just bringing home all the MVP awards in this game. All 3 MVPs, 93% kill participation, 13 assists. And so far for Super, it was him just re-engaging as that Minotaur, being so brave to open up the wars, open up the fights, open up the team fights for Team Falcons.
Yeah, and on 3 different heroes as well. In the first game, he uses the Edith. Second game, you take out my Edith, I'm gonna bring out my Mathilda. I'm gonna cover for my teammates and also bringing them to the fights at the same time. And the third game, I'm gonna play a whole different hero here in Minotaur and still somehow perform. 13 assists. So far, he's averaging about 14.7 assists in this series. A really great way of showing that he's one of the top roamers in MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs. And gotta shout out Ding as well, man. He's been carrying with the engages, with the final slashes. Very on point, and also winning in the laning phase against Costa Rica time to time again. And Costa Rica, man, you have a lot of homework to do, to be honest with you. I'm gonna be completely blunt here. Yeah. This is game number 3, secured by Team Falcon in a less convincing fashion, but if you get the W, then that's all that matters, man. 15 minutes still. And at one point, I think they're not. So
I feel like it was so hard for GK just to fight back. Sure, they had a few good counter initiations. They had good re-engages, especially just banking on the hard guard and Costa Rica with the Yuzong to jump in and just, be a very infectious type of factor to just disturb the backline. But it was just not.
Yep.
It was just not on par with the damage that Team Falcons had. Sure, in the early stages of the game, GK Esports felt like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. There was, impactful moves here and there. But Team Falcons, again, with the same gameplay, with the same way that they approach this game, banking on the Natan, just letting Ding play. Team Falcons, they are able to move forward towards the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 5. And of course, getting their hands on the tickets towards MSC in Riyadh.
Wow. Once again, Natan carrying Team Falcons, 31% damage participation. 3 games being let go, and Natan, Lark, to say, it's free real estate, man. I'm just gonna eat if you present me with this a lot of food here. Just feasting on the whole team of GK Esport. And at one point, I think you should realize what's the bigger threat there, or maybe just let go of that Benedetta first ban, because you haven't experienced it yet in this series. A ban is a very, very valuable commodity in this kind of playoffs. And when you're up against a hero that can carry you in the late game, then why not just take out the hero? I'm sorry for repeating the points over and over again. Sometimes it is kind of frustrating to watch, especially if you are GK Esports fan, which I am, by the way.
Well, you're a fan of GK Esports, but when you have geek in your names, you kind of usually lose in the lower bracket finals. Yeah, I've seen it in MPL ID now, 2 times in MPL MENA, but props to them for trying their best. And I feel like they were also deserving of this place because they were the ones getting to the upper bracket finals, then eventually fall into the lower bracket. But it was so painful because they have been playing a total of 5 games, and all 5 were all losses. With, I think, the closest they got to was game number 3. But game number 3, again, it was just not good enough for them. They had their own moments, they had their own, momentum to just swing back the game. But again, it was just not on par to the power that Team Falcons had. And Of course, the grand finalists of the MPL MENA Season 5 is going to be Twisted Minds and, of course, Team Falcons. Interesting grand final to watch, of course. For Team DK, they have to bow out and maybe try again next season because they have good foundations, they have good potential. It's just down to kind of like the micro, adjustments, the micro decision making, the macro gameplay as well, the decision making. I think could do a lot of work,
I think you mentioned pretty much all aspects of Mobile Legends, realize.
You know that one meme where he's like, little Messi is a good footballer. He just needs to work on dribbling, on passing, and yeah, that one meme, bro.
Oh man,
like
but yeah.
no, but
think,
seriously though, they
yeah,
have good potential. They have good
for
potential.
sure. Or maybe what they lack is the experience. Maybe the jitters are still there in the playoffs, and they still need more playing time to be able to perform in the next big tournaments that they're gonna participate in. But obviously, it's really not the end for all these players. They still have a lot to learn and also a lot to improve on, and maybe become a better player in the next tournament, man. Because, as I said earlier, against R8 Esports, they looked like one of the top dogs of MPL MENA, and they were the fourth seed. And unfortunately, the opponent is the 2nd and 3 seed, and they ended up losing in the end.
Yeah, I mean, for R8 Esports, they were the 1st seed, and then just bowing out in the in like the 2nd stage of the playoffs. They were not able to live up to their potential. I mean, it's always gonna be a huge difference. There is a huge, comparison when you're playing in regular season, when you're playing in playoffs. Regular season mistakes are much more tolerable compared to what you see in playoffs. Playoffs is just much more grueling, much more unforgiving. But of course, we want to hear from the winners in this winners interview upstage with the hosts.
ريماتش من نهائيات السنة الماضية لهاي البطولة. أول شيء شعوركم بعد الفوز 3-0 أمام فريق جي كي كنجي.
والله شعور حلو جدا عشان احنا تأهلنا للام اس سي عشان ناخد بقى خبرات عالميه وان شاء الله الريجن كله يتطور. هي الفكره كلها مش بس مين اللي هياخد الفاينل اذا كان بكره، الفكره بس كلها هل الريجن هتتطور بعد ما نوصل لام اس سي. هي دي الفكره كلها، وان شاء الله نشرف الكوميونتي بتاعتنا باي حاجه
باذن الله يا رب. هلا انا سوبر يعني حابب اجيك وبدي اسالك بخصوص التيم مانجر الف وتواجده معاكم، كيف تاثيره عليكم وتواجدكم في المسرح، لعبكم في البطوله، كيف تاثيره معاكم؟
صح انه الفا كان خلف الكواليس، بس انه ساعدنا من ناحيه درافت، ساعدنا من ناحيه يعني تحليل واشياء ما قصر، الله يعطيه العافيه.
يعني بنشكره برضه على تواجده معنا وعلى تاثيره الايجابي، لانه عن جد شفنا تغيير تام بعد الخساره امام توستد. كمان كملتوا 2-0 3-0، وللعلم يعني كل مبارياتنا 2-0 3-0، ما شفنا اي فريق قدر يرجع. فتجهيزكم لبكره كيف حيكون؟ عدوكم اللدود كنجي تويستد مايندز، خسرتوا امامهم مره مرتين، فايش اللي يمكن نشوفه مختلف معانا باخر سيريز بكره باذن الله؟
هي السيريز بكره بما تبقى بيست اوف 7، فخلاص كله هيطلع اللي عنده، فاللي عنده مفاجآت هيطلعها. ده اللي احنا مستنيين نقول لهم، وان احنا ان شاء الله يعني هننتقم منهم. مش بس هتكسبونا فوق وخلاص كده الموضوع انتهى وخلاص خدتوا الفاينل، لا في منافسه وهتيجي واحنا اللي هناخدها ان شاء الله.
يعني هل فكرك البست اوف 7 بكره يمكن يوصل 7 ايام، ولا هل فكرك حتكمل الترند معانا ونشوف 4-0؟
ممكن عادي، ليه لا، لان كله هيطلع اللي عنده، بس احنا ان شاء الله يعني 4-0 ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله بنشوف هل يا ترى حيكون 4-0 للفالكونز، ولا هل تويستد حيحسمها ويتم تتويجه كبطل الاقليمين وحيمثل الاقليمين باذن الله في النهائيات العالميه. شباب يعطيكم العافيه والف مبروك على الفوز، وبنشكركم على تواجدكم وعلى الاداء الاسطوري خلال مباريات اليوم. سوبر كنجي يعطيكم العافيه يا شباب والف مبروك على الفوز. حضورنا الكرام،
Congrats, of course, for the players of Team Falcons and Kenji. We also need to talk about this guy. This guy was so relentless on that jungler role. He was just spinning around as a Baxia, who is notably not the best setup jungler when compared to a Barats, compared to a Fredrin. You can't really fight your way into the pit, but you can roll your way into the pit, just retreating. And that was what I tried to mention, the grab and go type of gameplay. Just rolling around, wait for your teammate to set you up, just press the retribution button, and just get out. It's easy.
Yep,
but of course,
he's rolling, and everyone's
hated.
Rolling.
Oh my god, I hate that song. But yeah, what I don't hate is of course the bracket, because it is getting more spicy and more competitive, because tomorrow will be the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs, where we once again see a replication of the same match, Twisted Minds against Falcon Esports, or Team Falcons.
Two Saudi Arabian teams took it out in the grand finals in a best of 7 with Mirko casting as well, so do not forget to watch that tomorrow. It's gonna be very, very lit. And maybe we're gonna see the first ever one on the opposing side. It's always 2-0, 2-0, 3-0 this time. There might be some retaliation there in the grand finals, I don't know. Because I expect this match to go down to the wire in game number 5, but look what we got. 3-0, a dominant display of skills from Falcon Esports. Let's see though if they can replicate it, or maybe just bring the fight towards the Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it has been relatively shorter day compared to yesterday, Chefin. Yesterday, you know, you were on YouTube, Goni munching on your snacks and casting till quite a few hours. I mean, it was midnight, but it's all good. It has been very, very nice. It's a treat to watch the players of MPL MENA Season 5. You know, that Odette pick kind of caught me off guard, the way they were able to prove me wrong with that Odette pick, and then the Julian Nolan combo. It's a lot of things to explore in MPL MENA, and I like the variation that they bring. It just adds the flavor to it. And that sums up and concludes our cast today here at MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs. We will be back though tomorrow for the grand finals of MPL MENA Season 5 playoffs, so don't forget to peel your eyes for that. It has been very, very nice to accompany you guys with me, Realize, and my partner Chefin. We are signing out. Good night and have a great day.